Recording. So I hope for us to get into a lot of annotating today. I've been playing around with it. I hope it will work because I want to see you guys doing a little bit more interactive stuff. Hopefully it'll work out. Okay, so next week I won't go through these rules so quickly. You guys know these rules pretty well. No cell phones, no other applications that will distract you. Come to class on time, dress appropriately, use your first name in the chat. When you enter, enable both your audio and your video. Mute your microphone so that we don't have any background noise. We'll be respectful of one another. Participate, and when you have a question or comment, raise your hand. So remember, I can't see the chat that well, so I need you to raise your hand. Either do it by the little thing, you know, the raise your hand feature, the little symbol, or raise your hand physically because I can't see the chat. So don't ask me questions or make comments in the chat because I might miss it, okay? And the chat is enabled today. So we're going to use the chat responsibly. And let's have some fun. So here's our supplies. And smiles and conversations, the most important part. Okay, getting into our Devo. Let me time this. So I think all of you saw, Eden may have missed it. Our classes now have to be 55 minutes with a 5-minute break in between if we want to take it. We still have some leeway on being able to end early if we push through and not take breaks for however many seminars you guys want to agree on. Otherwise, our day will end at 3:30, okay? For anybody that missed that. All right, so let's review our terms and then get into our new term. How come I can't see everybody today? There we go. Okay, Simon, can you read the first one for me, please?
Knowledge, having the facts.
Very good, thank you. Kendall, number 2.
Instruction, learning about the facts and how to use them.
Very good. William, next one.
Wisdom, applying knowledge to make choices that are pleasing to God.
Very good. Rasul, discernment.
Being able to distinguish right and wrong, being a setback.
Very good. Grant, prudence.
Prudence, being careful about one's conduct.
Very good. Towie, discretion.
Thinking about and applying wisdom before it comes out in words or actions.
Still got that typo in there, huh? I'm gonna put that ing in there. And Eden, choices and consequences.
Choices and consequences. Choices implies the freedom to choose from a set of persons or things. It is an option, the power, right, or liberty of choosing. Consequence is that which logically or naturally follows from an action or condition, an effect, result.
Okay, very good. So these are terms that we've all been building on. We try to think about all of these in terms of our different seminars, especially when we get to LTW, how our characters are able to kind of use these terms, how we can see these terms illustrated in the choices that our characters make in LTW. So today's word, before we get there, tell me, what do you see?
A metal heart.
A metal heart. What kind of metal is that?
Steel, I don't know.
Steel.
Whatever metal they used for armor.
Ah, armor. Interesting. So what do you think the armor signifies around the heart?
A hardened shell.
Hardened.
Hard heart.
Say it again.
Is it a hard heart?
A hard heart. Maybe. Any other thoughts? What do we tend to think about armor with?
Protection.
Protection. Okay. Kendall.
I was gonna say protecting your heart.
Mm-hmm. So when we tend to think about armor, what comes to mind? When you just think about armor, forget that the heart is there. What else comes to mind when you think about armor? William.
Maybe knights?
Knights. What else? Tally.
Swords, maybe.
Swords. That's all good. Kendall.
Big battles with lots of bloodshed.
Yes. Thank you, Kendall. And so now, what about the heart? What is the heart to our life? What is it? Kendall.
It's the thing that pumps blood around your body, keeping you alive.
Okay, very good. That's the physical characteristic of the heart. What else is the heart? Russell, can I see your face, please? Are you there? There we go. Russell, what else is the heart to our life?
Maybe emotions.
Emotions. Very good. Simon.
Red? Question mark.
Red, you said? Okay. So let's go ahead and turn to Proverbs 4:23. Proverbs chapter 4, verse 23. Oh, yes. Thank you, Eden, for that heart that you had there. It reminds me of candy. Okay, Grant, you want to read for us?
Sure. Keep your heart with all diligence, for out of it spring the issues of life.
Okay, very good. So I thought I had the scripture here. Okay, so the scripture says to keep your heart with all diligence, for out of it flow the issues of life. So what do you think the term diligence would mean in that scripture? Kendall.
Not letting anything bad get into it.
Okay, very good. Does anyone else have another version? What version was that you read for us, Grant?
New King James.
New King James, very good. Does anyone have a ESV?
Yeah.
Maybe?
The
Okay, go ahead, William.
Keep your heart with all vigilance, for from it flow the springs of life.
Okay, very good. Does anyone have guard in your scripture? Eden, read your version for us, please.
Guard your heart above all else, for it is the source of life.
Yes, thank you. Okay, so when you think about guarding and armor, what comes to mind? What's the relationship between guarding and armor? Kendall.
You use armor to guard yourself.
That's right. And so, Kendall, I think you spoke about using, you talked about the diligence protecting your heart from the things that go in and from the things that come out of it, right? So based on that, can anyone come up with a definition of what you think diligence means? Simon, you want to try? Keep your heart with all diligence. It might help the context of that scripture.
Like, mind what you say and feel, I guess.
Okay. Does anyone else want to try? Russell, you have a thought? What do you think diligence means in that scripture? Keep your heart or guard your heart with all diligence.
Intelligent?
Intelligence, is that what you said? Okay. Okay, well, actually, it means a constant effort to accomplish something. That end should not be there. A constant effort to accomplish something. And so I have, there's the scripture. I have this little illustration to show you guys that, and I want you to tell me how you think this illustration helps us better understand diligence, okay? Okay, so it's just gonna loop and do that over and over again. So the beast is doing something. What is he trying to do there?
He's trying to guard a property line.
Right, he certainly is. And so what are those other two trying to do?
Fight him.
Right, they're trying to do something to him, right? So what do you think that has to do with diligence? Who's the one being diligent? Or are they both being diligent? All three of them?
The person that's guarding it's being diligent.
Okay, how so?
He was ready to chase him away.
Okay, very good. Kendall?
I think all three are being diligent. They're doing it over and over again since it's on a loop.
Right. So now you have diligence with two different goals, right? So someone's trying to do things inside and someone's trying to keep things outside. How do you think that relates to us spiritually? Who's trying to do things inside of our hearts? According to the scripture, what does it say is in our hearts? It's right here. What's in our hearts?
The issues of life.
Right. So our issues good, bad, indifferent?
Could be good or bad.
Right. And so how do you think the issues of our heart, right, and then us being diligent like this beast, keeping things out of it, how do you think those all relate to our spiritual lives? All of the terms that we looked at, prudence, discretion, all of those things are kind of cousins, right, to wisdom. So how does diligence apply to wisdom? Grant.
Maybe to like keep trying to grow in wisdom.
Okay, very good. So it's kind of, there was a Bible story book I had. I think all my kids went through it when they were like little. And after every Bible story, it would say a never ending, never give up kind of love. So that never give up, that expresses diligence. That even if you get knocked down, even if things don't always go exactly right, or even if they do go right, you never give up. Wisdom is one of those things that has to be practiced. Precision takes practice, right? We never ever will master it. That's why we have to practice it every day. Okay, very good. So now we have added to our vocab diligence, all these cousins to wisdom. Okay, let's get ready for math. Reset this thing. Okay, so I think with, is this the one I was gonna have us start? Okay, we'll see. I kind of don't remember. All right, we ready for our math practice? What did I do with all my little papers here? Okay, mental math, mental math. Oh, how cute, Grant. Okay, you guys got your stuff ready? Russell, can I see your face? Please, can you put your stuff so I can just see you? And Eden, you're off camera
Yeah,
too.
can I show you something cool?
Is it quick?
It's pretty quick, yeah.
Okay, let's see.
Well, you're gonna hear it more, but
Okay.
look, I can make it talk.
Hi, guys.
What is that? Is that the computer talking?
Yep, I found out how to do it.
Oh, okay. That's all in Zoom?
Wait,
Is that in Zoom?
no, it's just something that I can do on this, and it's cool. Okay,
Oh, okay, very good. And it has a little computer voice too.
I go to TASE every day.
okay, got that correctly.
Okay, thanks, Simon.
Ah, I spelled it wrong. Okay,
Okay, you guys ready? First one of the day. 2 times 7 times 10, half of that, and half of that. Where's my glasses? Okay, good job, William. Good job, Grant.
May you repeat that, please?
Sure. You ready too, Simon? Are you writing? Okay, good job, Simon. Good job, Kendall. Okay, here you go, Russell. 2 times 7 times 10, half of that, and half of that. Good job, Eden. Good job, Russell. Okay, next one. Did I get everybody?
everybody got it? Has everybody got it?
Yeah, everybody got it. I got everybody, right? Okay, good job.
35 is the answer.
Okay, no more Simon, thank you. Maybe at lunchtime we can have him take us to lunch. Okay. All right, number 2. 1/6 of 18 times 8. 1/3 of that. Square that. Good job, William. Good job, Grant. Good job, Simon. Good job, Towie. Good job, Eden. Good job, Kendall. Russell, you still working? Okay, somehow I can only see the top of your hair. There you go, that's perfect. You're right in camera now. You need me to read it again? Okay. 1/6 of 18 times 8. 1/3 of that. Square that. Okay, good job, Russell. Okay, last one before our brain teaser. 3/5 of 35. 3/5 of 35. 1/7 of that. Cube that. And 1/3 of that. Good job, William. Good job, Grant. Good job, Simon. Try again, Eden. Almost. Good job, Towie.
May you read it again?
Sure, Russell. Kendall, you have a question? Or you want me to read it again too? Okay. 3/5 of 35. 3/5 of 35. 1/7 of that. Cube that. And 1/3 of that. Not quite, Kendall. You need me to read it one more time? Okay. 3/5 of 35. 1/7 of that. Cube that. 1/3 of that. I need to grab my little. Is that a fraction, Eden, or is that one number?
Fraction.
Okay, it's not a fraction, baby.
The answer is 1.
No, Russell, I prefer you to write your answers on a whiteboard too, okay? Kendall, you got something for me? We're gonna go through it together. Okay, let's go through it together. So what's 3/5 of 35? What's that one? 3/5 of 35. So that would be 3/5 times 35 over 1. Yes, 21. 3/5 times 35 over 1, and then we multiply the numerator, multiply the denominator, and then you reduce it, and it'd be 21. And then 1/7 of that. So that would be 21 over 1 times 1/7. What will that give us?
3.
3. That gives us 3. Now, 3 cubed. What's 3 cubed?
27.
27. And what's 1/3 of 27?
9.
9. Okay, so you'll notice that this time we did lots of fractions today, right? So I think we'll be working on fractions and reciprocals for our mental math for a couple weeks. So here's our brain teaser for today. You like that little treasure I put in there? I couldn't decide whether to put the treasure or a treasure map. You know, where X marks the spot. This one looked very inviting. I like the little rays of the gold that are sprouting out of the treasure box. So can we get a reader for our teaser today? William.
The investigator is tracking a jewelry thief past trips in order to find and recover jewelry that was left behind in 6 cities. Each city was visited only once. Can you put together the time travel using the information below?
Okay, thank you, William. So here are our clues. You're looking to put in order these 6 cities based on the clues. First clue. The thief did not go from Albany to Newark or vice versa. Number 2. The trip to Los Angeles took place after the trip to Toronto. So these thieves went all over the place. Can you see that? Number 3, Madison was either the first or last location visited. Number 4, from Dallas, the thief fled directly to Newark. Number 5, the thief did not begin in a province or state that borders a Great Lake. So your geography of the US is going to help with this one, right? Ooh. Oh no, you didn't see those answers, did you? Okay, close your eyes so I can go back to the slide. Close your eyes. Okay. Who was still looking? Okay, the answers are not up. I don't know why I thought there was 6 clues. Okay. In order. Yes, Eden.
What is vice versa?
Oh, switch. So he didn't go from Albany to New York to Newark or from Newark to Albany. So it
Okay.
just means switched. So this thief was traveling. He did not want to get caught. He left a little piece of his treasure everywhere. Who saw the answers? You saw the answers, Simon. Okay. Russell, I can't see your face. I just see your ceiling. That's perfect. Is it leaning against something today? That's perfect. What?
Where's Newark in?
Jersey. Jersey. I had to say it with my Jersey accent. Jersey. I think, was there, I think Miss Julie is from New Jersey.
My mom's from New Jersey.
Oh, it's your mom that's from New Jersey. I knew it was somebody's mom. She has the Jersey accent.
No.
A little bit. She does a little bit. Wow, so our thief went to Canada, California, New York, Texas,
Wisconsin.
Wisconsin. He was all over the place. Can you imagine? He was on the run. Let me get my whiteboard, my little whiteboard. Just give me a thumbs up when you're done.
Mr. Mia, I'm kind of stumped. I don't really.
You're stumped? Okay.
I think I have it, but I'm gonna double check.
Okay. Here.
Okay, never mind. I don't have it yet.
Okay. Okay, Grant, I see you. Okay, Eden.
Got it.
Okay, you guys ready to see the final countdown? Okay, Kendall.
Can we have like, oh, can I have like a minute more?
Yes. Now, these little things make you think first thing in the morning, huh? What happened to my, oh, it's right here.
Mr. Mia,
Yes.
You know that thing that you
Now
said
I think I have it.
5 minutes? Why is that?
It should have always been 55 minutes. It's supposed to mirror what we would be doing in person
But why?
because that's how the program works. And so it's supposed to be 55 minutes. And so from this point forward, each class will be 55 minutes. All right, let's ready for the reveal.
Oh, also, Mr. Mia, am I
Yes.
allowed to screen share while I'm doing my presentation?
Does it have to do with your paper?
Kinda, yeah. It would help me a lot.
Is it just your paper that you're going to screen share? Or what is it? I can't hear you, Simon. Unmute. You're muted.
It's just my paper.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's fine. Okay, here goes the big reveal. So Dallas was first, then Newark, then Toronto, then Albany, then Los Angeles, then Madison. And then just so you know, the states that border the Great Lakes would have been Wisconsin, New York, and the province of Ontario. So those couldn't have been.
Hey, why don't you do one in Europe or South America?
I accidentally wrote Newark twice, and I mixed up.
So the brain teasers are out of a book, Russell, and these would have been areas that we have studied already in cartography, right? So you kind of had to get your thinking of your maps going to know where things were. So we were able to integrate math and cartography together with this brain teaser.
We never learned Newark.
No, you learned Jersey. You learned where New Jersey was, right?
Oh, Mr. Mia, I forgot to tell you, I accidentally put something in the chat. I had it on copy paste.
Okay. All right, I don't even know how to, oh, there it is. Okay. How did you accidentally put that into the chat?
I was typing something, but I thought I had something else on copy paste.
Okay, so I don't even want you using the chat unless you have permission to. So if you're gonna be, you shouldn't be typing anything during class unless you're instructed to type something, okay? Then we won't have those mistakes again. All right, let's move on. So I think hopefully I was thinking about all of you with this one today. Is it this one? No, it's not this one, it's another one. Okay, so what do you see here?
Is that like a graph or whatever?
Okay, a graph. Kendall?
Coordinate plane.
Okay, very good. I guess I did give you a hint with the title up there, huh? Actually, you guys, hold on. I feel like that wasn't the right one. Yeah, that wasn't the right spot. What's going on with Miss Jamia today? Okay, sorry, let's go through this again. Okay, we were supposed to be looking at this. So, thank you, Kendall. Yes, this is the coordinate plane. And so what is the line that's labeled Y? What's that called? Guess we had some hints on my mistake that you just saw. Yes, William.
Axis.
It's a vertical line.
Okay, yes, it is a vertical line. And what's that vertical line called?
The y-axis.
Right, and so what is the line that's labeled X? What is that one?
It's horizontal and it's the x-axis.
Okay, very good. So Grant, what are they called when they intersect?
The origin.
Okay, that would be the point at which they, yes, very good, thank you. And then the point at which they intersect is called the origin, very good. So, Tally, what point is that that's represented by the origin? What point is that? Oh, I have all these questions here. Forgot.
You said what point?
Right, what point is that called? There we go. There's my up-to-date question. You remember?
Sort of. I think I forgot.
Okay. Grant, can you help out?
Are you talking about the coordinates of the point?
Yes.
Is it 0, 0?
Yes. Very good. 0, 0. And what are the regions called when two perpendicular lines intersect at their origins? Simon. So that would be these regions here. 1, 2, 3, 4. What are those regions called?
I don't know. Planes, I guess.
No, Kendall?
Quadrants.
Yes, they're called quadrants. So we have 4, right? 1, 2, 3, 4. Very good. So now, what do you notice here? Rasul, what do you notice here?
That there's negative and positive.
Okay, very good. Negative and positive numbers. Very good. What?
And they're all in the same order, but in different orders. You know what I'm trying to say.
Okay. So they're all in the same order. The same. So what order would that be? What would be the order that's the same?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Okay, so like a counting order, right? They all go up.
-2, -3, -4, -5, -6.
Okay, very good. What else do you notice, Simon? Thank you, Russell.
That there are one negative quadrant and one positive quadrant, and then one just negative positive. I mean, 2 negative.
Very good. So it's almost we have opposites, right? What else do you notice, Kendall?
The x-axis and the y-axis are really just number lines except horizontal, and one's horizontal and one's vertical.
Very good, very good. Okay.
If you were to twist the y-axis, like instead of moving, like you twisted all of it, like to the right, then it would line up with the x-axis with the numbers.
Oh, very good. Yeah, very good observation, William. Okay. How about now? What do you notice now about our coordinate plane here? Eden.
It has 4 points.
Okay, very good. We have 4 points. And which point is in quadrant number 2? Callie?
I think the X point.
Well, and they're labeled by numbers.
Oh,
So I have each point labeled by numbers. So which quadrant is in quadrant number 2? I mean, is that what I said? Yes. Which quadrant is in quadrant number 2? Miss Jamia is so off today. What is going on? I must still be sleeping.
The 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Which point?
Number 2.
Yes, very good, Towie. Point number 2 is in quadrant number 2. Very good. Okay, so now we're going to try this whole annotating thing because I want us to be able to use it a lot more. So I'm going to have you each type in answers out today. And I will give you some more instruction when we get to that part. So we're going to take turns. You guys are familiar with the annotate feature? You should be able to go on your devices and, oh, now I don't remember. I had written it out how you get to it. You should see something. Please don't draw on the board, guys. If you do understand, then help us. If you run your cursor.
Mr. Mia?
Yes.
Can I explain how to do it? There's a screen, there's the green screen share like pop-up thing back there. It says view options, and you click that and go down to annotate.
Okay, so does everyone see it? Everyone see the annotate feature?
No, where is it again?
If you put your cursor down where it says you are screen sharing, or it says it on mine, right? Where you see your menu, your stop video,
Wait, Mr. Mia?
mute, all of that, participant.
Top for me.
It's at the top for you? Is it at the top for you too, Eden? Okay, so Simon, is that you?
Yeah, sorry. I tried to be on the racer. I was actually, wait.
Okay, so if you put your, if you scroll over wherever you see the share view options, do you see that view options?
Yeah, I need
I
to
see it now.
Okay, and when you click annotate, then you should have a new menu that'll give you a text feature. We're gonna type today. We're not drawing, we're gonna type. Russell, I need to know that you can get to yours.
Mr. Mia,
Are you able to get to yours?
I'm using it, Mr. Mia, I'm using the
Oh.
annotate feature. Can you see my mouse on your screen just to check if it works?
I can't see your mouse, but if you were to type something, I'd be able to see that you typed it. It'll say your name on it. So why don't you do number 1 for us, Simon? Can you type in the point coordinate value for number 1? So while Simon is typing, whenever we put coordinates in from a coordinate plane, we will always put in the x-axis number first and then the y-axis number. So you're going to want to read the horizontal line and then the vertical line. And so as we read these points, that's what we want to remember when we put the answer in. Are you doing it, Simon?
Can you assign us the numbers ahead of time so we can go ahead and type the like get ready to like type them in?
I don't know that that's necessary because it's not that deep of a problem. I just need you to, Simon, I need you to write it over here where it says number 1. Write the correct coordinates. Do you see the list here? So you'll just write your coordinates right there. So you should have them in parentheses, like open parenthesis, then your x-axis number, comma, your y-axis number, and then close parentheses. There you go. Very good. What's that WIN? What is that? What is your, oh, win? Like you win? Okay. Okay, very good. Eden, you want to try number 2? Okay, Simon, that's enough, please. I want us to be able to use this. I want you to keep your answer there, though. Keep your answer at number 1. Eden, you work on number 2. I don't know if you can both do it. Okay, very good, Simon. Okay, now step away from the keyboard. Back away from your weapon. Thank you, Simon. You doing all right, Eden? I see you typing.
Can you see it?
I don't see it. Do you have your text? Do you have it a color so we can see it? It might, the default might be white. So you might have
Well,
to.
it's blue, and I just typed it out.
Okay, where did you type it? I don't see it.
And the number 2.
Oh, there you go. There you go. I see you now. Okay, very good. And so, Tally, you want to try number 3? So you're going to write the x-axis number first, and then the y-axis number. Simon, step away from the keyboard. No more. Good job, Tally. Okay, number 4. Kendall, you want to try number 4? X-axis first, y-axis second. So these are taken from investigation number 3. William, our next problem after this, we're going to take a look at your cylinder problem. Okay. Hopefully I'm able to visualize it for you guys. Simon, no. I have to ban you from annotating. Very good, Kendall. All right, guys, very good. Good job. Okay, so we're moving on to some student problems now. So I think it may have been 2.
The 3/2000
Say it again.
stuff is still there. You see the 3 and the 2 and the 3 and the 2.
That's clear.
I still see it on my screen.
It's behind the little guy.
Well, I don't see it.
It's behind what little guy? This guy right here?
It's
Got it.
like right here.
I just cleared my problem.
It's by the
You just
pencil.
had to press. Look above the 4. Look above the 4 at the bottom next to the calculator.
Oh, there it is. Okay, erase that. Who is that? Kendall. And there's Simon's. Oh, wow. So you guys have to erase it before we move on to the next screen? Okay. I think I can do it as a master erase, can I? Okay, I don't know. We're going to move on to this student problem now. So, William, let's have you read this problem for us. Oh, that wasn't supposed to be showing yet. Hold on, William. You guys, Miss Jamia is completely.
145, 0.4423.
Hold on. Okay. That wasn't supposed to show yet. See, I didn't get to go through my slides this morning. Simon, please stop. Okay, we got 15 minutes left and I'd like us to get through this problem. Okay, William, go ahead and read for us, please.
A right cylinder has a radius of 3 yards and a length of 10 yards, as shown. Find the surface area of the right circular cylinder.
Okay, so math concepts, they become easier when we're able to kind of break them down, right? Break them down into understandable parts. Yes, Simon?
How do I get out of the annotate feature?
You should just be able to press it again, I think. Just press it again and then you're out of it. Is that correct? For everybody else, is that correct?
There's an X by it for me, a red X.
Do you see a red X, Simon?
Where would that be exactly?
Right by where you can do texting and
Top right corner.
erasing and drawing.
Top right corner.
You see an X in the top right corner?
No.
Of the thing where all the features are.
Found it.
Okay. Thanks, guys. So we're gonna kind of take apart this cylinder and see how it looks when we take it apart. So if we look at this illustration, hold on. Okay, you see how I was taking it apart? Okay, so can I pause it? Okay, so based on that illustration, when we take apart the cylinder, what do we see?
2 circles and a rectangle.
Right, we see 2 circles and a rectangle. So I don't know if your brain works like this, but my brain works where I have to see it. Math is something that I have to see. And when I saw this, I was like, oh, this is amazing. Yes. So when we break it down into smaller parts, now there's things that we absolutely know about this problem, right? So what do we know about circles and area? The area of a circle equals, William?
The area of a circle equals 2 times pi times the radius. So I might just multiply the radius times 6.28.
So the area of a circle equals pi r squared.
Oh yeah, wait, I was thinking the perimeter.
Right. So the area equals pi r squared. So why do you think we have that 2 there? The 2 in front?
We have, so since it's 3, you do 9 times pi, because 3 squared is 9. And then
right, hold on, you're getting ahead of me. Very good, you're getting ahead of me. So we have that 2 there because we have 2 circles. So we already know the area of a circle equals pi r squared, right? And so now we also know that this is something very familiar, right? This is a rectangle. And so now let's see, we were given information. So we were given the radius, which is 3 yards, and we were given the height, which is 10 yards. So once we can memorize the formula, or we even have the formula, then it's just a matter of plugging stuff in and figuring it out, right? So what is pi? What is that? How do we calculate pi? Tally, you remember? What is pi? It was in all your memory work. If you said what was in the parentheses, I think it was in the parentheses, right?
I think so.
You remember from your memory work what pi is equivalent to?
3.14159.
Right. So I think in the memory work, it just says 3.14, right? But we know that that decimal number can be a little bit long, and it can kind of make or break your answer by a few tenths. If you do it by 3.14, your number will be slightly different than if you do it by the full decimal. Because I noticed if I did the calculation with just my 3.14, I came out with a number that was a little, was it smaller? I think it was a little smaller than the decimal of 3.14 on the calculator, on the calculus calculator with all the sines, the cosines and all that.
Well, I think it's pi's infinity, right?
Yeah.
So unless you were to actually have that circle and measure with like a tape measure, then you would never be able to find it.
Right. So you can find an estimate. So usually the answer will have the little squiggly equal sign because it'll be about what that is. Now let's just fill in what we know. So we have our 2, right? So 2 times pi is 3.14, and whatever the rest of your numbers could be, times our radius, which is 3, times our height, which is 10, plus 2 again, pi, and then times our radius squared this time. And so when you look at our cylinder breakdown right here, you can see that the radius is from the center all the way out to the side. And then our height, usually we're given height or length in these kind of problems. They both are the same, and that term is used interchangeably. And so here's about our answer, 245.0. I could have probably put a line under here, right?
I finally I stopped using that like little squiggly line because I don't know if it really used it in my solutions manual. It just says like they're going to be using, what is it? They're just going to be using 3.14 unless otherwise specified.
Yeah, or the fraction. The fraction for it was
3 2/7.
Yeah.
3 2/7, I think.
Yeah. Okay, so now we're getting into the metric system. I found this cute little thing. Look at King Hector. See this acronym that helps us, Simon. Simon, can you stop and put yourself back the way you were before so that we don't see 2 of you? Can you put yourself normal?
Miss Jamil, what's wrong with that?
Because it's distracting. And remember, in our rules, I've asked that you not do anything that distracts class. Now, if you want to do it, at lunchtime and play around with the features of Zoom, that's fine. But our time is valuable and it goes by very quickly. And I just want to make sure that we cover everything, okay? Okay, so this cute little acronym, I don't know if this will help you guys, but I found this and I was like, oh, this is brilliant. Acronyms are awesome. And so are little sayings. So in Saxon, this week's work, we cover the metric system. And King Hector died Monday drinking chocolate milk. It kind of helps us to remember all of our, prefixes to our metric system. So we have kilo, hecto, deca, just meter, then deci, centi, milli, micro, and nano. And they all equal some group of 10, right? So the metric system, what is it? If you had to define it, what is the metric system? Kendall.
It's a system for measuring things that's used through most of the world.
Right, except where?
The US, the feet one's better with miles. Kilometers is just kind of confusing.
Right. And so we are kind of almost the only ones that don't use the metric system. So it would be helpful if you ever plan to travel outside of the US in your lifetime, it would be helpful for you to understand the metric system, at least the general understanding of it, right? So it really is based on units of 10. And if we can think of it that way, then it might be able to help us with quick conversions. So I also found this cute little thing to help us with conversions. So if you can think of the order of this little saying, King Hector died Monday drinking chocolate milk, and you put them in this order, when you're given a unit, put it under that unit, and then it shows you how many places to move the decimal point, whether it's going to be to the left or to the right. So let's try this out. If we're given 2.3 kilometers, how many is that in meters? So that would be Grant.
2,300 meters.
Very good. 2,300 meters. And you see our decimal point starts here for 2.3. We move it 1, add a 0, move it another one, add a 0, move it another one, add a 0. And then it gives us 2,300 meters. So if you can visualize it in your minds in this order and know how many places you have to move your decimal point, whether it's to the left or to the right, this should help you with very quick conversions. Okay. All right, I ended 3 minutes early. Woo! So do you guys want your 5-minute break, or do you want to push on?
I'm going to need
I
my
want it.
5-minute break.
I want it.
Push on.
Push on.
It depends on what subject we're doing next.
Cartography.
What subject do you
Gotta
want to
need
do
a break.
next anyway?
Cartography.
Who wants
Research.
cartography next?
Research.
Photography.
Research.
Break,
Research.
break. Come on.
Okay, we're gonna have a break, Russell. I just want to know what subject we're doing next. Okay, let me go through with everybody. Simon, what do you say?
I would like to do cartography next.
Okay, and Kendall,
Research.
research. William,
Cartography.
Grant,
Cartography.
cartography. Uh-oh, cartography's in the lead. Tally,
Latin,
Tally,
Research.
research.
Latin,
Eden,
Research.
research.
Latin.
Okay, Russell, I got you for Latin. So you were the only one for Latin, so that one won't be next. We have one.
Somebody better agree with me.
Okay, we are, it looks like we're tied. So Russell, you have to pick. You are the tiebreaker between cartography and research.
I don't know, somebody,
I'm
whoever
gonna do
picked,
research. I actually want to change.
okay,
You want to
Okay,
change
so
the
I'm gonna do it.
research?
Norman's the one that picked for me, so I do research.
Okay, so research it is, and then we'll do cartography after that. So you guys get a 5-minute break. 5 minutes.
Mr. Mia, can I share a song during the 5 minutes?
It depends on what song it is.
It's just a Halloween song.
Is it Witch's Brew?
No, but I could do that.
Scary Skeletons. The one that you shared before.
Okay, just a song, not a YouTube or anything like that. You may share a song. The audio, not video. Okay. What time is it? Oh, 10:15. So 10:20, you guys come back. 10:20.
You're actually kind of on the screen share right now, so I can't share it.
Go to share audio.
10:20. I'll be right back.
Simon. No, you're supposed to share audio. And you're muted. What's your Roblox username?
My Roblox username.
Yes.
What do you mean by that, though?
Like your username so I can friend you.
Oh, you play Roblox?
Yeah.
Oh, that's nice. It's Foopy DJ. Here, I'll write it down. Here you are.
FHOOPYDUD.
DJ. It's a D.
Is it FUHOOPYDJD?
Oh my god. Oh my god. Are you serious?
Can you use the typing feature?
Yeah, I can type.
Grammarly can help you write quickly and confidently, so you never have to slow down at work. Instant corrections make your writing mistake-free, while keeping it short, sweet, and fitting.
Okay.
Just delete it. Stop screen sharing.
Can you hear it?
Can you stop screen sharing? Yes. Wait, Simon. Please stop screen sharing.
Can you hear it?
Yes, but can you stop screen sharing?
Not.
Scary skeletons and shivers down your spine. Shrieking skulls will shock your soul. Seal your doom tonight.
Yes, we can still hear it.
Can you hear it still?
Yes.
Let me turn the volume down on that site though. It's kind of loud. There we go. What's your Roblox username? William. I might be able to put this over.
Simon, can you stop that? Okay, what?
Stop the song.
Just like play after CC sometime, like maybe at 4:30 or 5.
What? You want to play Roblox?
Sure.
Okay.
Just like play at like 4:30 or
Wait.
5. I don't know. And just look for an invitation from Skittle Boss 06.
Boss. Okay, let me.
Skittle Boss. No, don't get on now. We're about to go back to class.
Okay. Gee.
We'll do it.
Oh,
like,
also, William, can you see my camera right now? You see this?
yeah.
Well, this thing right here came with this token, and I got like this little Roblox guy from it. And they're not all that expensive, so I'd recommend that you might get one. I had like 3 or 4, but one I didn't know the token. But
Wait, what was your copy and paste thing from?
Wait, what? Oh, it was from me messing around yesterday.
Research.
There's this song on YouTube that I like. It's Among Us parody, and you do know what Among Us is, right?
Have you seen the movie Stand By Me?
No, I haven't, but I might. I don't know.
That's
but-
one of my favorites.
So you don't know what Among Us is?
Okay, guys, it's 10:20. We're back. We're back.
Tell me later.
Well, yeah, it's like a game, but yeah, there's a parody on YouTube, and I was making
guys.
Peach sing it, and it was kind of funny, but.
So, you guys, we're gonna have to make some adjustments with next week's papers. Let me go ahead and start this. I think I kept recording through the break, didn't I? I don't think I paused it. With us having 10 students, We're gonna have to make some adjustments for reading our essays, and I guess it'll just be for our last one, mammals, next week. You won't be able to read your entire paper. I'm sorry, Eden, I'm sorry.
What if it's only like one paragraph?
We have to get through all of our science fair information, and it's a lot. So what would be super, super helpful is this week, if you guys just kind of look through those pages at the end of your guide, the science fair stuff. So if I know that you have read through it, then we should be able to go through it together fairly quickly. And then I'll just be answering questions. Yes, Grant?
Are we gonna do a drawing today?
We are, if we can get through it.
Yes, yes.
So that's why I'm thinking today, we probably will not read all of our papers today. So maybe can you give us 2 interesting facts about your, what did we do, reptiles this week? Give us 2 interesting facts about your reptile and give that to us with your best presentation skills. So that might be a little easier, right? You looking straight into your camera.
So we can't do the whole presentation?
We will not get through all of our papers today. I have to be able to manage the time to get through things. And
Mr. Mia, next week, we upload, do you think upload our research papers to like one of those, like, what is it called, that thing?
Flipgrid?
Yeah.
Yeah, so I was gonna give you that option. If you want us, because I would still love to see all of your papers, so this is optional, it's up to you. If you want to share that with me and with your classmates, then I'll send a link out for you guys to upload it to Flipgrid to be able to read your entire paper. Otherwise, when you go to do your research this week, be thinking of 2 specific facts that you want to share about mammals. Yes, Eden?
Is that for this week's paper or next week's?
That's for, well, I can do it for this week too, if you like. If you would like to read your entire paper for me to be able to hear and see. I'm gonna read your papers because you've uploaded them for me in your folders.
Can you just send one link, and if we want to, we can upload both videos?
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. You guys all okay with that? So really, it's optional. It's only if you want to, because we will not be reading all of our papers this week. Oh, that's beautiful. What is that?
This is my picture.
Oh, that's nice, William. Tell me, what is it?
It's a loggerhead sea turtle, and it's chasing a horseshoe crab.
Oh, so turtles really chase things. Are they fast enough to chase things?
It chases it, but it eats them.
Okay. Okay, so today we're missing Shiloh today, so I'm thinking, how many of you have 1 paragraph?
I have 2 not too long paragraphs. I can just read 1.
I think that we might be able to get through 1 paragraph. Okay, let's try it. 1 paragraph today, but remember, next week you'll be sharing facts. Okay, so I'm just gonna call you in your order today. We're not gonna worry about writing down order today, William. And Eden and Simon, you will glows and grows. Kendall and Towie. Oh, it's off today, huh? William.
I was never with Razul yet, I don't think.
William and Rasul and Grant, I'll give you your glow and your grow. Okay.
Who am I with again? Sorry.
Kendall, who did I say Kendall was with? I forgot that fast. Was it Towie? Okay, Towie, you're with Kendall.
Sorry, thanks.
Okay, and I have you, Grant. Okay, Simon, you're up first. Okay, let me pin you. Do.
I need this screen share to do my presentation thing.
Oh, okay.
I didn't know I was sharing my screen earlier. I was just trying to get the sound.
Miss Jamia? Miss Jamia?
Yes, William. Okay, go ahead, Simon. You should be able to share now.
If I read really quick, could I read this much words?
How much words?
It's on my camera.
Oh, I can't see you because I pinned Simon.
Oh.
Hold on, let me unpin him. Or can I? Okay, there we go.
Fast.
Well, I don't want you to read fast because then your speed will not be good.
Please. Just this much.
I can't have you read that much, William, because then I'll have to let all the students read 2 paragraphs. You'll have to pick one. Pick your favorite.
Can I just do a little bit of both of them? Can I do like half of both of them?
I'm gonna call you my negotiator. I see law in your future.
I'll just do 1 paragraph.
Okay, yes. 1 paragraph is best, William. Thank you. Simon, you ready?
Okay. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Godzillas of the wild. There are 3 main groups of reptiles: turtles, snakes, and lizards. Despite popular belief, having cold blood does not mean that the reptile's blood is actually cold. To be cold-blooded means that these scaly critters take warmth from their surroundings and do not generate their own heat. Reptiles belong to the kingdom Animalia, and there are 5,100 species of reptiles. Reptiles are in the class Reptilia, and most of them have scales. The largest reptile in the world is the green anaconda. Most reptiles eat animals, and all reptiles are vertebrates. Most of them have small brains. There are 4 classes of reptile. Crocodilia is one which spends most of its time in the water and includes crocodiles and alligators. Sphenodontia is another which only includes 2 species of reptile, both of which live in New Zealand. Guamata is one more which includes snakes and lizards. Astudens are turtles and tortoises that have shells and carapaces. Reptiles are an amazing assortment of animals.
Okay, very good. Okay, what'd you do well, Simon?
I think I did well with, I don't know.
You gotta pick something. You know that you did something well.
I guess, maybe.
Okay, and what do you need to work on?
Rats swap.
What? What'd you say?
I'm just looking at my hat. It's backwards.
Oh. What do you need to work on?
Rats swar.
What do you need to work on?
Pacing, maybe?
Okay. Who
Are
has?
you good with eye contact?
I would say you did great eye contact since you're looking at the screen.
Yay.
Forgot to look at you. I don't know if anyone else had that problem because I was reading along your paper while you were reading. Did anyone else do that? Okay. So hopefully your person didn't do that. Who's giving Simon his glow and grow? Eden.
I thought you had good word choices, and I'm not really sure what grow.
Yay!
There wasn't any grow, Eden?
Yay.
I'm not sure.
Okay. There's always something we can do better. So Simon, just continue working and practicing, okay? Your presentation skills are getting great.
Yay!
Okay, next up, Eden. Let's have you go next.
Miss Jumia, we're missing Razul.
Oh, okay. I'll text his mom. Okay, Eden, let me
You sure?
pin you. Yeah, he's not here. Okay, I hear him. Okay, he's here now.
Can you see my picture?
Yes, what is that?
It's a green
A
sea.
little bit.
It's a green sea turtle.
Back it up just a little bit. Okay, very good. The head is really good. Very good, Eden. Did you do that in your journal?
Yeah.
Yeah, nice. Okay, you ready?
Yeah. Green sea turtles. What's that sleek green shape gliding through the water? It's a boat. No, it's a scuba diver. No, it's a green sea turtle. Green sea turtles are classified as reptiles. They can weigh between 65 and 130 kilograms. In the wild, their average lifespan is up to 80 years. Green sea turtles are herbivores and their habitat is the ocean. Their body lengths are 1 to 1.2 meters. They have superb vision underwater, but they're short-sighted on land. Many sea turtles are caught in fishing nets and are either strangled or drowned because they cannot come up for air. In 1999, 150,000 sea turtles died in this way. Green sea turtles' eggs are also sold, but if too many are taken from the wild, there will not be enough babies for the future. Sadly, green sea turtles are an endangered species, so we need to protect them however we can.
Very good. What do they do with the eggs?
In the one of the sources I read, it said they sold them. I think it was in Malaysia or something.
Do they eat them?
Don't they eat
It
them?
didn't say that they ate them. It said that they sometimes use them in love potions.
Love potions. Okay. Okay. That's an interesting fact. Okay, thank you. What'd you do well, Eden?
Maybe pacing.
You put your paper in a good spot this time too. And what do you need to work on?
Maybe not having to look at my paper so much, like having it more memorized.
Okay, very good. Yeah, one of the suggestions from our CC Corporate was to have students practice with their KWOs for the final paper. You know, the tailback? How many of you would enjoy doing that? Okay, so who is your person? Who was your person? Who are you making a letter for me, Grant?
Me.
Oh, who is me?
Simon.
Simon.
Rumpelstiltskin.
What did she do well?
Thought she did really well on pacing and tone.
Okay, and what does she need to work on?
I would say volume.
Volume, okay.
Miss Jumia, can I go next?
Yes, you may go next. Let me pin you. Is that why I couldn't see you, Simon? Who is sharing? Is that you sharing your paper, Simon? William? Okay. Okay, unmute yourself.
Sorry. Okay. I'm gonna read the second one. Mature females return to where they Mature females return to where they were hatched to life. laying between 100 and 120 eggs in each clutch. These turtles lay 2 to 5 clutches with different males. Oddly enough, the sex is determined by the incubation temperature. In 1987, the U.S. passed a law that requires commercial fishermen to use turtle excluders in their nets. Hatchlings eat small animals floating in mats called sargassum. Sadly, the amazing loggerhead sea turtle, the same creature who traveled to their places of birth to lay eggs, are declining in numbers.
Okay, very good. So, wow, the temperature determines the sex of the turtle? Wow. What if we could do that as humans? That would be awesome, right? Say you wanted a whole team of boys or a whole team of girls. Maybe it's good that God didn't do it that way.
I mean, what if your kid found out that you wanted the opposite gender, but then
I know. Maybe it's good that God didn't set it up that way. Okay. What'd you do well, William?
Volume,
Okay, your volume was good. And what do you need to work on?
eye contact,
Okay. Okay, who has William?
Rasul,
Okay, Russell, where are you? Russell, can you give William his glow and grow, please? What did he do well?
Well, I don't know what he did for grow. Maybe vocals. I think his eye contact was pretty good.
Okay.
what did you say to grow in?
What?
What did you say to grow in?
And vocals, but another grow is kind of your charisma. I'm sorry, I stutter. Your charisma.
Mr. Mia, did
You're going in and out.
did I ever said green sea turtle accidentally in my paper? I meant loggerhead.
Oh, okay. Is it because Eden did green sea turtle? Okay. Russell, what do you mean by charisma? Do you mean like more personality when he reads? Is that what you mean?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. You guys are you're really, I wish I would have recorded your very first presentation. So then at the end of the year, we could record the last one and then you can see yourself how much you've grown in your presentation. I can see you guys growing, but I don't know if you see it in yourselves. It's pretty awesome.
What do we do after
Did you
science fair?
record the class? Did you record our first class?
Oh yeah, I did. I did record the first class. So yes, we can do that. Thank you, Eden. I'm gonna have to pull them off and store them like in a separate folder. Yes, William?
The first class would have been live unless we did the first virtual class.
Right, we did we do research live? We did? Oh, then I wouldn't have it. I wouldn't have it till the third class.
That could still work because I don't know if we presented week 1 because we didn't do any papers. So it would have been our second paper.
Right. So maybe week 3 wouldn't be too soon. I think it'd still be at the beginning. I think that's when I started recording everything so that we can compare. Okay, so I'm gonna need to pull week 3. Thank you for those thoughts, you guys.
What do we do after science fair?
I have to look. I kind of don't remember right now. Science fair right now is kind of taking over my world. So, yes, Grant.
Isn't it anatomy that we're doing?
Yes, thank you for that. Yes, thank you, Grant. You're so awesome. Yes, so you start to draw all the body parts and label them like the eye and the ear and all that fun stuff. So yeah, that's what's next after science fair.
Do we have Blue Books live? Like, was it confirmed?
Yes, we will be doing Blue Books Live. Okay, so who's next? Because if we're gonna draw, we gotta get through this.
Maybe.
Okay, Kendall, you're up next. William.
Okay. Should I show my picture before or after my presentation?
Whichever one you prefer.
Okay. The blood-blasting lizard. The horned lizard is a complex creature and is adept at avoiding predators. There are 17 species of horned lizard in the genus Phrynosoma. They live in the deserts of California, Arizona, Mexico, and Guatemala. The horned lizard is prey for hawks, shrikes, roadrunners, snakes, coyotes, wolves, bobcats, foxes, and even carnivorous grasshopper mice.
Oh my goodness, that's
It is about the size of a deck of cards. 90% of the horned lizard diet consists of poisonous harvester ants, and it gains all the water it needs from the ants. The horned lizard has several different strategies for avoiding predators. The most common is camouflage. The spikes on its back distort its shadow, causing predators trouble spying it. For whip snakes, it freezes and camouflages because this snake is very fast. This is their best strategy since they can't outrun a whip snake. For the rattlesnake, it scampers away because the rattlesnake waits for its prey to approach before striking. For other animals, it swells up so that it looks harder to swallow. The coolest technique by far, however, is the blood blaster. When attacked by a coyote, fox, or bobcat, first the horned lizard holds up its tail, hoping the coyote will pick it up and fling it somewhere else. When it lands, it will freeze where it lands because of its excellent camouflage. The coyote will probably not find it again. If this technique does not work, the horned lizard waits until its head is inside the coyote's mouth. Then it builds up high pressure in its tear ducts. Suddenly, it breaks the blood vessels in its own eyes and sends a volley of blood, spews a volley of blood into the animal's mouth. The coyotes, bobcats, and foxes hate the taste of the lizard's blood, probably because of the poison from the lizard's diet of ants. The coyotes, bobcats, and foxes start salivating profusely and spend the next 15 minutes trying to get the blood out of their mouths, giving the horned lizard plenty of time to escape. The largest horned lizard is the great horned lizard. It has the strength of 7 times its body weight in its neck, and its speedy tongue scoops up ants at a mind-blowing 22 miles per hour. This beast can shoot a stream of blood up to 6 feet away. The horned lizard is a fascinating creature in many ways, but its wackiest feature is its blood blaster.
Oh my goodness.
And I have a picture.
Oh, wow. And you did draw the blood. Very nice. Man, I got such a visual.
I didn't get to see the picture.
Of you describing when it's in the mouth of one of its predators.
Why would it want to eat a horned lizard? Because if it ate it, it would probably taste the blood.
When it eats, so the horned lizard has to spray the blood before, because if the coyote bites into it, then the taste of the flesh and everything, the delicious taste of the horned lizard will overwhelm the blood. But the lizard has to wait until it's inside the coyote's mouth, so that it will get more blood into the mouth.
Does it ever not work?
Sometimes, yeah, but it's their best bet
Wow.
because they can't outrun them.
Wow. And it's like every creature in the forest wants to eat it. Okay. You definitely get an A for enthusiasm. We can tell the ones that Kendall loves, right? Okay, Kendall, what'd you do well?
Maybe enthusiasm,
Okay. And what do you need to work on?
eye contact.
Okay. Who had Kendall?
Howie.
Howie, what'd she do well?
I think she had good eye contact and inflection.
Mm-hmm. And what does she need to work on?
I don't think there's anything she needs to work on. Maybe just practice it all to get better.
Okay, very good.
The interesting fact was that they pop their own blood vessels.
Yeah. I just had like a comic book version visual in my mind of that. And it was just not pretty. Oh, thank you, Kendall, for that visual. Hopefully I don't have nightmares over that little lizard. Okay, Tawi, how about you go next?
You said one paragraph, right?
Yes.
Other than a piece of feet and lasting fame from a series of car insurance commercials, you probably don't know a whole lot about geckos. And yet, geckos are one of more than 1,100 species of lizards filled with fascinating surprises. That was my whole first paragraph.
Okay. The gecko from Geico.
Yeah.
So that's the one that stands up on his hind legs. Does he really stand up on his hind legs, or is that for the commercial?
I think it's CGI.
Okay. Okay. Who has Tally? What'd you do well, Tally?
I'm not sure. I can do.
You did something well.
I have 4 paragraphs, and my second one's short too.
Okay.
You want me to read that?
Yeah, you can read number 2.
Delve into the world of geckos and learn how they stick to ceilings, fly through trees, change color, and even call each other with barks. One of their most famous talents is the ability to scurry along slick surfaces, even glass windows across ceilings. The only surface that geckos can't stick to is Teflon. Well, dry Teflon. Add water, and however, geckos can stick to it, even to the seemingly impossible surface. They do this through specialized toe pads.
So like Batman, they can stick to things like Batman.
Wait, what can they not stick to?
They can't stick to Teflon if it's dry. If you add water to it, then they can stick to it.
Teflon, did you say?
Mm-hmm.
Teflon. What is that? Is that like steel? Teflon. I have heard that word before. Is that like steel?
I'm not sure what it is.
Now you're gonna make me look it up, see what it is. Okay, very good. What'd you do well?
Inflection maybe.
Okay, and what do you need to work on?
Eye contact.
Okay. Who has Tally?
Kendall.
Okay, Kendall. What did Tally do well?
You had good eye contact and pacing.
Okay, and what does he need to grow in?
I feel like he could do a little more enthusiasm when he's talking about a lizard walking across a ceiling. Maybe so. I just had a visual like Batman. Because, I mean, although Batman is not a gecko, right, Tally? But he has, like, that's his superpower. One of his superpowers with all his utility belts and stuff.
I have a pencil.
Okay, yeah, let's see your picture. Oh, yeah, that's just what I envisioned him to look like. Very good. Have you ever seen one of those in real life?
Yeah, at a zoo before.
Okay.
But it was food for a snake.
Oh, no!
Wait, is it alive?
Yeah, it was alive.
Okay. Oh, poor gecko. Okay, thanks, Tally. Rasul.
Doesn't David have, Phillips have one? A gecko?
Does he?
I think he got one.
Did he bring it to class?
He's,
David has a gecko?
he goes to WCA, I think. Now.
Yeah. Did he ever bring it to class? Or did he get it recently?
I think he got it for like his birthday because we went fishing with him.
Okay.
So.
Okay. I guess that would be a cool present for a young man. Or even Kendall might like a present like that. Okay, Rasul. You ready? Can you read one paragraph?
I think only Kendall would like that destruction bloody gecko thing.
I
I
don't.
have a question.
Yes, Kendall.
For Towie, did the snake swallow the gecko whole or did it chew it up into bits?
Oh, no.
The snake just took the gecko from the little stick, and then he went into a hole.
Oh, my goodness.
Oh, you didn't get to see it?
Was it a pretty gecko or was it an ugly one?
It was just a normal one. It wasn't that colorful.
Oh, my goodness. All these bloods and guts right before lunch. You
All
guys,
right.
this is not appetizing conversation right before lunch. Okay, Russell, you ready?
Can you see me?
Just read us one paragraph. Yes, I can see you perfectly.
The Komodo dragon, the dragon who knows pinchaks a lot. Indonesian martial art. Komodo Islands, Indonesia, you see the connection. Okay.
Mhm.
The Komodo dragon is a fierce hunter that will eat almost anything that comes across its path. One of the ways it attacks its prey is lurking beneath the surface of the waters, waiting for animals to drink. Exploding from the water, suddenly it will catch its prey, hold it down underwater until it drowns. This can include buffalo, monkeys, or even sharks. On land, it will hunt by springing up rapidly, knocking their prey over with their huge feet. Afterwards, it shreds the animal to death with razor-sharp claws. Even if the animal manages to escape, you are not safe because it can track your blood like a tracking device, and you'll run out of blood, and you'll die, and then it will just eat off the remains of you.
Wow. Thank you, Russell.
Komodo dragons are aggressive, fierce, smart, and resilient. They're currently the apex predators of their species.
Very good. So what did you do well?
I don't know.
You do know.
Barely survived making eye contact.
Okay. Okay, and what do you need to work on?
A lot of things.
No, I wasn't going to name one.
Stuttering.
Gosh, I didn't think you stuttered at all.
Getting my words mixed up.
I thought your presentation was stutter-free today. You did a very good job presenting today. Very good.
So,
Okay, who has Russell?
not me. So I found, if they're quick, can I share 2 of each?
Sure.
Okay, so your glows are, you had good word choices, and you, well, I guess 3 glows because you also had no stuttering. It was good, and your inflection was good, and then you could work on keeping your camera still and eye contact.
Okay, very good. Yes, I'm in agreement with those. I thought your inflection was very good. Even your enthusiasm, Russell. Your enthusiasm with presenting today was very good. Okay, Grant, I'm ready. Let me pin you first. Hold on.
Okay. There are 25 different species of soft-shelled turtles, which can be found in North America, Africa, Asia, and Indo-Pacific islands in their rivers, lakes, and ponds. Depending on the species, their size can range from 4.7 inches to 47.2 inches. Because their soft shell is considered hydrodynamically efficient, they are rapid swimmers, which helps them catch their fast-swimming prey. Since they are carnivores, they feed on fish, amphibians, and invertebrates. They have a long neck with a mountain-top pig's nose. Because they are frequently burying themselves in mud, sand, or shallow water, their nose protrudes out like a snorkel to breathe. They absorb 70% of their oxygen through their skin. When it is time to lay eggs, they use their hind legs to dig a nest adjacent to water. Because turtles are ectothermic, which means cold-blooded, they go into hibernation during cold months and depend on stored energy and oxygen from water to survive. Soft-shelled turtles' main predator is humans because of pollution or habitat destruction, which causes their food supply to be scarce. Since they are less protected, their lifespan is only 20 to 50 years. Over half of the species are on the endangered list.
Very good. Only 20 to 30 years, I guess, given, remember we have a turtle. You guys kept our turtle for us once, right?
Yeah.
I think so. And they said that she has a lifespan of 60 years. That means that she may outlive me, which would be kind of strange, but okay. So what'd you do well, Grant?
I think you did pretty good on eye contact.
Okay. And what do you need to work on?
Maybe inflection.
Inflection, okay. So I would actually say that I thought your inflection, I would have them reversed. I thought your inflection was good. And even your pacing, I thought your pacing was very good. I can tell you do great eye contact in the very beginning, and then I can tell that you're reading. So somehow finding a nice balance in between there is something that I think everybody needs to grow in. And if you can practice, if you're able to sit at your computer or even sit in front of the mirror and practice reading a sentence, taking it in, it's the same thing you have to do for your tailback with your outlines, taking it in and then spitting it out to your audience for you guys to practice that. So I can always tell when you memorize something, Grant, because you're looking dead on right into the camera, dimples and all. So very good. All right, guys. Did I get everybody? I didn't forget anybody, did I?
New.
Yes, who was that?
No, nobody.
Okay, very good. So, yay, we have time to get to our other thing. Okay, is that your picture? Oh, look how cute.
Oh, it's super cute.
Look how cute. I was wondering, so what's the difference between soft shell and hard shell crab? So our turtle is a hard shell turtle, right?
Yeah.
So what does their shells look like?
So it's basically just, like, it still has a shell, but it's like squishy. It's like
Squishy. Oh, I want to touch that. I mean, I want to see it, but I want to touch and feel what that feels like.
Yeah.
And
I don't want to feel it.
feel it and then immediately wash my hands. Because I know some of the characteristics that you named are some things that Elena does. Like she likes to bury in the dirt and stay under there in the winter months. But Sanaa needs to take her with her to school. So I said, you need to apply to a school where you can have pets and take your turtle with you. Okay, very good, guys. We just have mammals left. So all of these gory animals, I can see what excites you guys. I'm scared for your science fair projects, seeing what they're gonna be. But we'll definitely talk
Like
about
a plane. It's gonna be a remote control plane.
all of that. We'll talk about all of that next week. So you
And
can,
I'm gonna shred a stuffed animal with the propeller.
oh, that doesn't sound nice.
I'm just kidding, no.
Okay, so draw with me. You guys ready? Use a piece in your brain and try to use the whole piece of paper. So turn it so that you can use the whole piece of paper. Oh, I brought
And I think this we never really had a folder to turn cartography maps in this week.
Oh, I didn't do one? Maybe because it's your assessment this week.
And last week, I think Shiloh may have turned her best map from last week into the assessment folder.
Okay, I'll check that out. Okay, you guys got your little X here? Russell, I want you to make sure that you're following along with us the best that you can, okay? Make this X as light as you can. This is just to give us some symmetry for what we're getting ready to draw. You all got your stuff down, your X down? All right. Tally left us. He'll be back. Okay, ready for the next one? Now make a circle, an oval around that.
Should that be light as well?
Yes.
Are we gonna try and guess what this is?
Yes. You might be able to figure it out in like the 4th slide, maybe the 3rd slide. No, the 4th slide probably. Give me a thumbs up, Tally, when you caught up. Okay, good job, Eden. Thank you, Kendall. You're good, Simon? Okay, Grant. All right, Tally. You good, Russell? Are you good? Okay. Next one.
Is it a turtle shell?
No, I need a buzzer. This one should be easy, right?
Let me guess, it's mammals.
Is it still light?
Yes. Okay. You ready for the next one? That's a no, Eden.
Is it a platypus egg?
Oh no, so detailed in your response. No.
Is the new topic mammals?
Is it a dog's nose?
No. Try to look at it for what it is. I think the next one you might guess. Are we ready? Okay, you good, Russell? Give me a thumbs up. I can't hear you.
Is it a human?
Is it a
What part of a
porcupine?
human? What part?
A human's head that's turned inside.
Okay, I'm gonna go to the next slide, okay?
It's a picture frame.
Is this
A bat?
is this still light or is this
It's bat. That's a
It's gonna be
Batman.
darker.
3 front teeth?
It's Batman.
Oh, that does look like teeth. Are you drawing, Simon?
I can't. I don't.
I need you drawing. So this is all about our symmetry, right? So if you draw one side, then you should be able to draw the other side. Okay, good job, Eden. I think somebody may have guessed it. I think someone guessed it exactly.
Bat. Mammal.
A picture frame. Could be a picture frame.
Batman.
Are you drawing? We'll see, we'll see. You ready for the next one?
Bunny teeth.
Okay, That's the next
The
frame.
bat signal.
Another person.
It is. Mm-hmm. Yep.
Definitely.
Kind of been talking about him already. Someone brought him out in their presentation. Made
Dog.
me think about him.
Batman. Doing a presentation on Batman? That's so cool.
Now, someone talked about a characteristic that made me think about this drawing.
Are we done? Can we move to the next step?
Yeah, are we good? Is everybody good? Okay, you good, Russell? Okay. Ta-da! What is that? It's all about symmetry, right? Vertical and horizontal. That's why you did the lines first.
It's Batman's signal.
It is. So if you want to color him, you can. So finish him and give me a thumbs up when you have finished him. And then we're going to discuss what we're doing for this week. This is our last research paper. I'm going to miss hearing all of these bloody
We erase the lines now.
details from you guys every week.
We erase the lines now.
Yes, you may.
Which ones are supposed to be erased?
So just the one in the center. The other one, I think, is like the border of his, is this like his logo or? Right? It's what you see in the sky whenever the commissioner needs him.
Mine does not look great.
Let me see, Simon. Hold it up to the camera. Hold it up closer. It's really light. I think your background is, you're blending into your background. Okay, I can see it. You did a good job. I can see the outline of him. Okay, good job, Kendall.
It looks like a big mouth trying to swallow you whole.
Good job,
What
William.
exactly is that mouth for?
I can't see your
It kind of looks.
your
It kind of
ovals,
looks like
like,
a deformed
you know,
baby mouth.
the oval around
Like
it.
a butterfly and stuck his wings for teeth.
Hmm?
It's not very light. I mean,
Okay.
it's very light. Sorry. Okay.
Tally, can I see yours? Hold it up to the camera a little bit more. Okay, I can't see yours that well. It's dark. Okay, good job, Tally. Good job, Grant. Good job, Eden. Russell, can I see yours? Just come on, a little hint. Come on, we're all super vulnerable here, sharing our talents. Russell, come on. Remember, we have 2 new students coming next week, so we need to be very encouraging for them, right? So we need to practice that this week. Just a hint. I'm sure you did a wonderful job. Can you just share it? Let us have a peek. Russell, I want you to think about that, okay? We have 2 new students joining us next week. And so if you won't do things like the rest of the class, then think about how difficult it'll be for them to do it. Okay? I want you to think about that for next week because we want to encourage them when they come, okay? All right, guys. So there it is without your lines. The bat signal.
You must show your picture.
All right, so here it is in color, and there's a real bat. So do you think that they're cute little creatures? How many of you think they're cute little creatures? I'm sorry, in every instance, they scare me. Every movie I've seen, every book I've read
I
about
think
them,
they're a plague that need to be exterminated.
What?
they need to be exterminated.
I
So
think they're a plague that need to be exterminated.
in certain parts, where was I at? Was I in
No.
New York? I was somewhere where bats come out at nighttime, like real bats. I can't remember where I was.
Arizona, probably.
They come out like near here, like I think so you can kind of see them sometimes.
Yeah, I may have been here. I know I was somewhere where I saw like 2 or 3 bats at nighttime, and I had to kind of do a double take. Like, was that a bat? Yes, Kendall.
I do see a lot of bats around here in the summer, and there's a really cool vampire blood bat who drinks the blood of livestock and animals, and
I know, that's how they got the name
at
the
night
vampire.
it bites the animal, but its spit has a certain something in it that numbs the bite, and it keeps the blood flowing so that it doesn't clot up, so it can drink for an hour before the animal will notice.
Oh my goodness.
Oh,
That is too much information you are giving us about these bats. You're gonna have me having nightmares. So vampires
So in short, they're ruthless assassins.
have always scared me since I was little. I saw like a really old movie. I think it was a black and white movie from the 60s I watched with my mom. And it was some vampire. And back then, you know, the special effects didn't even look real. Like the blood looked fake and all that, but I don't know. It felt real when he was going and being creepy at night, going to bite people. And at night, I would just have so many nightmares thinking that there was a vampire in my closet.
Mr. Mia,
Every night I went to bed.
I think once when I was at a camp, like they had this lodge under like a barn that we'd meet in, and so it was like a game room kind of, but it was wooden, and it might have been pretty old. I think there could have been a bat hanging from the ceiling.
Oh, so they really do sleep upside down?
It was kind of cute.
Cute. So you would use that adjective to.
It wasn't too scary. It was sleeping.
Okay, was it sleeping upside down, hanging upside down?
Yeah.
It really was. They really do sleep like that. Wow, that's to see a lot of them in a cave might be kind of creepy. No? Have you gone somewhere, Kendall, and seen that?
No, but I think it would be adorable.
I don't know. I might have nightmares for days. Okay, let's talk about this. So, what do you see here on the screen when you look at what Ms. Jamia has here for you? What do you see?
A bat.
Okay, you see like a live bat, and then you see what else?
What did you ask? Like what we see on the screen?
Yeah, what do you see?
A live bat. And
Right.
they're similar. They look different.
Okay, so if you remember in LTW, we did the exercise for comparison 1. Who remembers that? My upside down students. Who remembers that? What did we do for comparison 1?
We did like Uncle Andrew and Diggory or something.
Right, and then what was the activity that we did for comparison? There were like 3 words.
How do you put yourself upside down like that? I want to know.
It's just my camera. It's
Okay, come on, guys. I want to get through this. So how, what do you remember? How about this? I'll help you along.
Oh, how are they similar? How are they different? No. What do they do? What do they have? And what do they want?
Right, so what both have, what both are, and what both do. So if we were to look at the Batman signal, okay, if we were to look at the Batman signal and then a real bat, what do they both have?
Wings.
Right, they both have wings. What else?
Ears.
Okay.
Both
And what-
black.
And what are they? What both are?
Things.
Right, they both are bats. And what do they both do?
Oh, something.
Say it again.
Do stuff at night.
Do stuff at night. Do they both fly?
Not really, no.
No, they don't, right? Very good. So this is another way you can approach your papers this week. We've done reptiles, we've done amphibians, we've done all other types of animals, right? And you could always do a comparison of what they both have, what they both are, and what they both do. That's another way to approach your research for this week. So we are doing mammals. This week is our last one. So Miss Eden gets to do her favorite. We can expect one on dogs. And so mammals have all of these characteristics. They give birth to live young. They have hair or fur.
Okay, but
They
there's
their
one
mother's milk. Hold on, Simon, please. They drink from their mother's milk and they are warm-blooded. So do you have any questions about this week's research?
comment.
Yes.
Can we not? I want it to be a rule that we can't do a paper on humans because that's boring.
You could do humans if you wanted to. I mean, it would fall into the mammal category, so.
Yes, but we got to do an animal. It'd be cooler.
Yeah, it might be fun for us to hear about something other than humans, unless there's some really cool facts that we don't know about humans that you want to share.
Miss Jamia,
Yes.
this week I kind of wanted to compare, like the whatever that, like the king snake and then like the coral snake or something that looked like the same with the rhyme about red touching yellow and stuff. And one,
So that's reptiles? You wanted to do another reptile paper?
I wanted to do it last week, but then I never did.
Right. Yeah, so it could be fun for you to see the differences between mammals and either two mammals and compare, or you can compare a mammal to another amphibian, reptile, something. Just a new way to approach it for this week. So have fun with it. Can't wait to hear what you guys come up with for next week. So are we breaking or
Can I do an extra long paper?
Is
extra
it-
long?
Right.
Sure.
Break.
Great.
We just took a break after the last one. We don't.
Oh, break.
So let me
Kinda
tell
need
you
a
the
break.
time, guys. It's 11:19. So remember, our seminar has to be 55 minutes. That means we'll run past 12, right? So if we just press on now, it'll only be, what, about 10 minutes past 12?
If we press on now, does that mean that we get 35 minutes of break?
No, you'll still get 30 minutes. Miss Jamia has to follow the rules. You always get 30 minutes no matter what time we stop.
I have
So
a
what-
question.
I just put on.
Next time, can we start at 8 and so then we finish at 2:30?
I'm
Well, I
not
kind of need a
saying
break.
Grant.
What about the people that need a break other than the people that,
Don't need a break. We took one before.
no, I mean,
If somebody,
we can't all do what's good for the geese is good for the gander. We can't all do that.
it's not fair.
Okay, so let me share. So we will take turns doing breaks, right? So you get 5 minutes either way, which goes very quickly. So you may have your 5-minute break now, and then we will have lunch accordingly. But understand, I need you to be back within 5 minutes, and I need you to participate. Okay?
Yeah.
So go ahead. You can start your 5-minute break now.
Afternoon, we don't have to have any breaks.
We'll see. We'll take a vote.
No break, but
We'll have to take a vote and see what's best for the entire class, William, okay? All right, guys, your break has started. 11:25 is when you need to come back. So we are cutting into our lunch. So we'll start at 11:25.
Can you stop sharing your so I can share my audio and play Jeopardy?
Okay.
And if you ever want to get the sounds, you just look up Jeopardy music clips on Google and play.
Okay. Jeopardy music clips.
Do you know if there's a mammal that doesn't have hair or fur?
There we go. Back to the recording.
Eden and Razul.
Why do I have two of those windows open, I wonder?
I'm right here. Barney just got up from his nap.
I just love this picture of this colorful brain. Doesn't it just make you think great things about our brains? It does for me. I see in color like this, I think. Okay, so no, we're not doing reasoning. We're doing cartography next. Da, 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 da. Where is it? Here we go. Okay. Is my screen sharing? Okay, guys, so we're gonna do 2 assessments again today. Don't panic. So we're gonna do, again, just the labeling one where you have to label it, and then we're gonna do the freehand draw one, okay? So the first one is actually gonna be timed.
Mr. Mia, you just showed the outline of South America. Can we study it then, now that you showed us it?
It's okay, you can see it.
Miss Jamia,
Yes,
the one where we draw it, are we gonna be labeling?
yes,
Or just drawing?
you are drawing and labeling.
Okay.
Okay, so here's our warm up. You ready? All right, go ahead, crack your knuckles. Stretch it out. All right, here we go. Okay, so you'll label this one. So number your paper in your brain from 1 to 13 and label the countries. Yes, Kendall.
Are we labeling the capitals too, or just the countries for now?
Yes, capital and country.
Okay.
It's hard for me to tell when you raise your hand when you're upside down. Yes, that's better.
Do we label them in like the order, like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5?
Yes.
Can we start labeling them?
Oh, yes, Tally. Yes, you may. Are you writing things down, Simon?
Ms. Jamia, for the for Blue Books, we're not gonna have anything like this to help us, right?
No, it'll just be straight blank paper assessment for Blue Books.
I'm just for French Guiana. Can we just put? I'm just gonna put like the city that they had in it, even though it's not the capital. Is that okay?
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, is it all right if I'm not doing the capitals?
That's fine now since
Like
We're-
I'm doing
we're more into it. You'll need to write the capitals when you do your blank paper assessment. So that's fine for now, Simon.
but I'm doing the capitals on my actual map. I just don't have to put them on this, right?
Yeah, for right now, the 1 through 13, if you already just started doing the countries, then that's fine. But if you're able to do, if you already started doing the capitals and the countries, then if you've already started doing that, then go ahead and do that so we can get to the blank paper assessment.
Ms. Jamia, I finished
Okay,
the capitals and countries.
okay, just give me a thumbs up. So when we do the blank paper assessment, you guys will be putting your features in too. As much as you can, as much as you can.
I finished.
Okay, thank you, Fran.
1 sec, I'm gonna really quick write that French Guiana is an administrative division of France.
Okay, thank you, William. Is that a thumbs down, Kendall? Okay, thank you.
It's a thumbs up, but I'm upside down, so I'm trying to make it look like it's up.
Okay. Is that what is that, Simon? Is that a yes? Okay, thank you, William. How you doing, Russell? Yeah, you ready? Okay.
I don't remember the capital of one of them. Do I just not write it?
Yeah, that's fine. You can't write it if you don't remember it, right, Eden?
Can we add the Falkland Islands?
Sure. But these little cute, that's where all of our lizard friends were.
I got it done. All I can remember.
Okay, that's fine. How you doing, Towie?
I only have a couple more.
Okay,
Stanley's not the capital of the Falkland Islands, right? It's just a big city in it, right?
which one?
The Falkland Islands. It's not like right by Argentina. It's not on the list. So, but they have it, and like it's an extra thing I guess you could do.
Okay, then I don't know about it if it's not on the list. If you know where it is, you can label it on your map.
Should
Oh,
we
I
put
labeled
the
1 through 14 because I included that on it.
Okay. Yes,
we
Grant.
put the Galapagos Islands?
Sure, if you want to. That island gets covered by all those big old lizards. You have to go there at that time.
Which island?
Galapagos Islands.
Wait,
Sure, I showed last week.
is that little island by Chile? Is that Easter Island?
No, that's the one that's on the equator. The island.
Is Easter Island, no, it's down. It's down
This
by
one.
number 5. No, it's up. It's by your number 5. No, it's by the line number 5.
Oh, this little thing right here.
Is that Easter Island?
Oh, I don't know. Let me open my book.
I'm done.
Okay, thanks, Tally. Okay, I'm about to do the big reveal. Is everybody ready for the reveal? Okay, what'd you get right? What'd you get wrong? See how well you did?
The capitals aren't on there. How,
No,
They wrote,
I'm sorry. I hadn't thought about the capitals at first, but it's always good to write the capitals in there.
Should I mark it up if I spelled the capitals wrong?
No, spelling it is not as important as where they are located.
I accidentally wrote French in front of Guyana, even though there's no French in front of it. So should I just circle it?
For number 3, yes.
Or just erase it?
Yeah, you can erase it.
Because this isn't actually the assessment.
Right, this is the warm-up. So remember, the real test is going to be during Blue Books, guys, right? That's where the real test. These that Ms. Jamia gives you when you come to Community Day is for you to see how well you're doing at home. Yes, Eden?
I didn't remember the capital of Colombia, so I didn't write it. Do I mark Colombia wrong, or because you don't have
If you want to mark it wrong, just circle it. Circle it as something that you didn't remember, so you know that's something that you have to brush up on.
Okay.
It doesn't have the capitals right there.
I know. I mentioned that earlier. It doesn't, because when I made this, I wasn't thinking capitals, but it's always good to write the capitals down anyway. But do you want to go through them real quick, and then you guys have your blank paper assessment? So for Colombia, it's what?
Bogota with the totter or whatever you call it over the
Over
A.
the A, very good. For Venezuela,
Caracas,
and for Guyana,
Georgetown.
hey, we have a Georgetown here, right?
Yeah, actually, can we just do our blank paper assessment?
Okay, you got a question, Grant?
May I use the restroom?
Yes, you may. Very quickly, Suriname is Paramaribo. There isn't one for French Guyana.
But I wrote, but like a city that's labeled there is, I don't know how to pronounce it, but it's Cayenne, I think.
Yeah,
The capital of French Guyana is Cayenne.
Cayenne, yeah.
It is administrative division of France or something.
Yeah, so remember we talked about French Guiana, was that last week? I think it was last week or week before when we talked about how first the French owned it and then the Portuguese owned it and then the French got it back. So it kind of has switched ownership over time, right? Okay, Ecuador is Quito. Peru is Lima. Brazil is Brasilia. Bolivia is La Paz and Sucre. Paraguay is Asuncion.
Chile is Santiago.
Yes. Argentina is Buenos Aires. And Uruguay is how you pronounce it?
I just said Montevideo.
Okay. So most of the languages are kind of some kind of Spanish or Portuguese.
Yeah, well, that's how it looks like it's spelled, Mon.
Yeah, that's how we would say it in English, right? It's like with my husband being from Puerto Rico, so I pronounce Puerto Rico, Puerto Rico, right? But a native might say Puerto Rico. Sounds real different, right? I like with the way that they say it. I'm like, oh, you make it sound real special. So, all right, you guys ready for your blank paper assessment now? No means yes, right, Eden? Okay, here we go. Warm up is gone. Oh, wait. Why is it doing that? Okay, no. Just go ahead and do it now. But, oops. Okay, I can't show it to you. That wouldn't be an assessment, would it? Go ahead and do your blank paper assessment now. I think for Europe, we might try to have some fun with the whiteboard.
Do we have to do features?
Do as much as you remember.
Do we have to do the features?
Yes, do as much as you remember. Remember, this is the assessment to see
Is there a
how well
time
you
limit?
remember it.
Is there a time limit?
What'd you say? Who asked about time? Would that be Simon?
That was me. Great.
Grant, what were you asking about time?
Is there a time limit?
Yes, 3 minutes. 5 minutes. 5 minutes. Let's see what you can do in 5 minutes.
Can we start?
Yes. Begin.
I already started. Is that okay?
Yeah, that's fine. That's what we need, the Lone Ranger music. Russell, are you trying to draw your blank map? Simon, are you drawing? I can only see your bird. Russell, are you drawing?
Excuse me, Mr. Mia.
Yes.
Call it a bird. It's actually a jayhawk.
Oh, okay. Pardon me.
Miss Jamia,
Yes.
why do we only have 5 minutes for this assessment?
You can have more if you like, William.
Oh, I thought that you said 5 minutes for it.
You can have more. If I see that you guys need more time, that's fine.
I don't.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Shamia,
Yes.
is there a max time limit for this?
Max 15 minutes, I think, is what I normally give you. So you're good. Don't worry about the time, Simon. Just keep going. Don't be boxed in by time. Just do what you can.
South America's pretty easy.
Okay, I'm glad you find it easy. It might be challenging for some of our other classmates. I think it just depends, really.
Yeah, I've heard that Africa's hard. It probably is.
William, can you give me the capital of Chile, please?
Nope.
Me.
Okay, Simon, focus. Focus, focus.
I'll give it to you when we're finished with the assessment.
Deal.
Can I add some extra features in when I'm finished with my regular ones?
Sure.
Maybe it's not the easiest assessment. I just kind of doubt it's the hardest.
Yeah, I still think it's probably relative. It just depends on what you find easy or difficult. How are we doing, guys? Good job coming along. Okay, you're good, Towie. You're good, Grant. Are you good, Simon?
I'm finished when everyone else is ready. I'll be ready. I guess I'll just go check it over, but otherwise.
Okay. Kendall, how you doing?
And I might have started a little earlier, if that's okay, because Like I started when you put that blank sheet up.
That's okay.
I'm done.
Okay. Kendall, how you doing?
Can I have 1 more minute, please?
Yes.
Thanks.
If we misspell something, is that counted as incorrect?
No.
Good.
I think if you go traveling and you're in a conversation with someone from Bolivia, I don't think they're going to check your spelling on the capital of their country. Right? It's good to know how to spell it, though, right? But the most important thing is that you know where it is.
Just adding the outline of Central America. Is that okay?
Yeah, that's fine.
Need a little more time.
My handwriting isn't very neat on this map because I was sort of rushing.
That's okay.
Neatable.
Just need like a minute or two more.
Okay, we're right at 30 minutes. We're going to introduce Europe. Okay, good job, Kendall.
I was kind of back and forth during the week with this, but does the Tropic of Capricorn count as a feature?
It does, because you certainly see it on most maps, right?
Mm-hmm.
We want to know where those great circles are.
I
in
had
relation
forgotten
to-
that until he said it. Can I put it on?
Yeah, of course.
Miss Jamia, I'm just gonna, so I thought maybe I should tell you I'm done now again, but I'm just
Okay.
gonna continue checking over.
Okay, so I actually don't have, I should have put a picture of everything up for you guys today. I did not. So that you can check and see where everything was in relation to your Tropic of Capricorn. Where is that? What countries does the Tropic of Capricorn run through? You remember?
Chile.
It goes through like Peru, I think, southern Peru, but yeah, so I drew about there, but yeah, I think that was,
No, it's not quite Peru. It's a little lower than Peru.
yeah, okay.
Where else? What other countries does it run through?
Uruguay and Brazil.
Yes.
It skims the top of Argentina.
Yeah, very good.
Yeah.
And then where is our, I know we had another one, didn't we?
Miss Jamia, open book yet to check what we got wrong?
No, we didn't. Okay. So you'll have to check this against your map in your cartography book. If you open up to page 54, everybody open up to page 54 in your books. I would have scanned it so we could have all looked at it, but. Okay, so how did you do? Can you hold up your maps for me?
Can I move my camera to show you? Because it's not attached to my laptop.
Yeah, that's fine. Good job, Tally.
Jamia,
Good job, William.
I put the Tropic of Capricorn a little lower than it's supposed to be. Should I mark it wrong?
You put it a little lower, like lower into Chile, but still hitting all the right areas, the right countries.
It's like it's in Chile and Argentina.
Mm-hmm. Does it hit Paraguay and Brazil too?
It's pretty close to Paraguay, but it doesn't hit it.
Okay, just make an arrow to put where it should be. Thank you for turning your camera, Grant. That's better.
Can I just,
Very good.
Can I just keep my, I'm just gonna keep it where it is because it was really close to where it's supposed to be.
Okay, that's fine. Good job, Kendall. Good job. Simon, you got something for me?
If we missed a city, should we mark it in pen or should we just write it down and circle it?
Yeah, write it down and circle it or pen, whichever will stand out to you so you know what you have to brush up on.
Is it right side up or is it upside down?
I think, I can't tell, Eden.
I missed Lake Titicaca.
I can't tell if it's upside down.
Like Titicaca?
Yeah,
It's upside down. Turn it the other way.
I missed Rio. I missed 2 cities in Brazil. I think that was it.
Can't tell, Eden.
did you do all the Brazilian cities, Grant?
Okay, good job. Did you check in to see how you did?
Wait, did you do all the cities in Brazil, Grant?
I missed 2.
I just did the capital city.
Oh. I did the cities and the capital.
Okay, good job, guys. So you guys will just keep working. Remember, your assessment for Blue Books will be Canada, US, Central America and the Caribbean, South America, and now Europe. So the good thing, let me share my screen. The good thing about our next continent that we're heading into is that we will be in Europe for 5 weeks.
And then does that mean we have 1 week of review? Or is that part of the week of review?
Yeah, I think that is the week of review. And then we have, because remember, we have Blue Books on week 15. So, and it depends on how you decide to kind of parse out Europe. I'm going to give you a suggested schedule because you see there's a lot more countries to learn, right? A lot more capitals to learn. And here's a suggested schedule. 5 weeks, yay! You get 5 weeks. And so I would say next week, maybe start on Northern Europe. Start working on Northern Europe with your countries, your capitals, and your features. Week 11, then tack on Western Europe, countries, capitals, and features. Week 12, Eastern Europe, countries, capitals, and features. Week 13, Southern Europe, countries, capitals, and features. And then week 14 would be your review of all Europe, but maybe also your review of everything that you have studied so far. Try to fit as many of those in that week as you can, because then week 15 is our Blue Book. And these are what will be included in that.
So you suggest that we have 2 weeks to review?
Well, if you were to do it this way, you really only have 1 week to review. That would be week 14.
What about week 15? Because doesn't CC ends the week? So CC the week of a challenge schedule. So we
so if week 14 you do all Europe, week 15 is where you practice everything every day.
How many do you recommend just do a map a day, because the maps don't usually take me an hour.
Yeah.
I usually do some review, especially the North American rivers, which are a lot.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that's a good suggestion. I think it just kind of depends on what your capacity is. The features will probably be the trickiest for most of you, right? Trying to remember where all of those are, because some of them are like really tiny, and just remembering where they are. But just do the best that you can. Okay, so let's talk about Europe a little bit. So if you turn to page, what is this, 58 in your books, there were 2 questions in there I wanted us to just kind of look at. The first one, let's look at number 14 first. That's what this slide has to do with. So how has Greek culture influenced Western civilization? So before you answer that question, I want you to be thinking about that, but I want you to think about something first. So say Mr. Me is an inventor, right? I'm an inventor, and where are my notes? Okay, hold on, you guys. My notes got a little bit mixed up here. Oh, okay, here we go. So I'm an inventor. Now say I invented the wheel. You know, nice circular wheel, has the spokes, has a certain thickness, and I invented the wheel. And so now you come along and you use my wheel to make a bike, right? Bikes hadn't been invented yet. And now you take my creation and you now expand upon it, right? So do you think that I should be recognized for any part of that creation?
No.
No? Okay, why? Why or why not? If you say yes, then why? If you say no, then why not?
Because the man who made the bike should be more famous because the bike.
Okay, Eden?
I think you should be recognized because the invention wouldn't have been made the wheel.
But still, it's just a wheel. And what good can a wheel do?
It helps it move.
You could take it to a cart and have a horse pull it.
Okay, hold on. We cannot speak over each other. Hold on, Russell. Finish your thought, Eden.
Well, it can't move without a wheel, so you can't really get.
Just a moment, Russell. Let her finish, please. Are you done with your thought, Eden? Okay, so she's saying that a bike can't really do what it's functioned to do without wheels. So what is your comment, Russell?
Before I was interrupted, I was going to say, with the wheel just being a wheel, then what will it do?
What will a bike do without wheels?
I mean, probably.
Hmm?
I can probably think of some things right, but I can't think of them right now.
Okay, let me know when you do. 2 people raised their hand. Grant.
That was from last time. Sorry.
Oh, okay. William?
So you should be recognized because you made part of it.
Okay.
And like wheels, like a bike couldn't really do anything without a wheel, and wheels
Okay.
are very useful.
Okay, very good. Thank you, William. Any more comments to share? So how many of you think that I, the creator of the wheel, should be recognized in the invention? And then how many of you think that I shouldn't be recognized in the invention? Okay, very good. So with that thought in mind, I want you to think about our question now. So our question was, how has Greek culture influenced Western civilization? So with that same thought, there were many Greek philosophers that went to Egypt, right? And so if you think about this wheel and bike example, these Greek philosophers and mathematicians and some great ones, they traveled to Egypt. So classical Greek thinkers traveled to what we now call Egypt to expand their knowledge. Greek scholars like Thales, Hippocrates, Pythagoras, Socrates, Plato, and others traveled to Kemet, and they studied at a university there called Wasit and Ibet Isut. So do we recognize any of these names? You don't recognize Pythagoras?
That's why that's how we get the word hypocrite.
I don't recognize the names of the schools.
Okay, not the school. I mean, these people. Do you recognize the names of the people? So who was Hippocrates? You remember who Hippocrates was?
Like a philosopher or something.
He's known as the founder of medicine.
Yeah, so like some famous Greek person.
Right. What about Pythagoras? Does that name sound familiar for my mathematicians out there?
He's a mathematician.
Right. What's named after him?
Pythagorean theorem.
Yes, very good. Socrates, have we heard of that guy?
What was named after Pythagoras?
Pythagorean theorem. It's a formula in math. Have we heard of Socrates? Yeah, you're going to hear a lot more about Socrates in the later challenge levels when you start to do the Socratic circle and things like that. How about Plato? Have we heard of Plato?
Do we get the word Plato?
Like the Play-Doh that we play with? I hope not. I don't think he had anything to do with that. Okay, so this education that is at Kemet is meant to last 40 years. Can you imagine going to school for 40 years and then at the end of that you get your degree? Can you imagine? So their program was meant to last 40 years, but many of them didn't stay for the full 40 years. Pythagoras stayed the longest. He stayed 23 years. The others stayed just under 20 years to study, and then they went back, took the knowledge that they gained from this university, went back and developed it more in Greece. And so then Homer, who remembers who Homer is from the timeline? Who's Homer?
Poet.
Right. Do you remember what he wrote?
The Iliad and the Odyssey.
Very good. So Homer spent 7 years in Africa, and he studied law, philosophy, religion, astronomy, and politics. These are all great Greek philosophers and people that we look to for great wisdom now. And we learn a lot about them in CC, right? The basis of the classical method kind of came from these people. And so they gained all this great knowledge from Egypt, went back to Greece, redeveloped it, and now they have Greek influence all over the Western civilization. So we see here some Greeks also settled in the ancient city, right, of Rome is what we're talking about here. Greek colonies in southern Italy became Greek city-states, which became quarrelsome with those of Greece. The Greek culture of these colonies influenced the Roman culture. And so this here, you remember our Greek Roman gods? You remember that? I love that little song. So if you were to ever look at the Egyptian gods, which would have come out first, they parallel the Greek gods and the Roman gods. I was going to have a chart for you to see. I just learned that this week. I had no idea that happened. Say it again.
What do you mean by like they parallel?
So just like the Roman gods had a god in Rome, and the same god in Greek was a different name. Do you remember that? The way that we would learn it? So there also would be the same god for Greece and Rome. There was one from Egypt, and Egypt's gods came first, right?
Yes.
Wait, didn't Egypt have Ra, the sun god?
Yes, Ra is the sun god.
Excuse me, Mr. Mia. It's actually not true because I study I study like lots of mythology for like a bunch of places, and the mythology is actually really different. There's not a lot of similarities, honestly.
Like
Okay,
what?
that's
Give me an
something that
example.
I'll just leave it here, and then you can go back and bring us some things if you like later. But I was going to pull up this chart for you. I'm not necessarily saying that they're the same in the way that their philosophies and things. I'm just strictly talking about the gods that they name themselves after. So I think Zeus was supposed to be, who was Zeus supposed to be again?
Maybe Ra.
Jupiter had many of the same traits as Zeus. So what were the Greek Romans on? Zeus, Jupiter, right? So Zeus and Jupiter had similar traits, but the way that each culture, I guess, had a relationship with them was a little bit different. So it would be similar with Egypt. Egypt also had a god that would be kind of the head. I think Zeus is supposed to be like the father.
Do you think the Egypt's had
No,
God?
Kronos is the father. Everybody else.
Okay, we can't talk over each other, guys, or I can't hear you. Go ahead, William.
Do you think that the sun god was like maybe the head of the Egyptian gods?
Yeah, I'm not sure. I mean, I could always just put the chart up in our classroom for you guys to see. I had found a chart that showed like Egyptian gods, Greek gods, and then Roman gods, and the similarities of who they represented. The way that they sacrificed to them and all that was different, but I mean, just in terms of who they were to them, right? And if you go back to the plagues of Egypt, you remember each plague represented a god that God was destroying to let them know, I am the only God. Do you remember what the 10 plagues of Egypt and all of their gods, like the frogs and the blood, and each one was supposed to represent a god that God was destroying to let them know that it's fake, it's not real. I'm the only God.
The darkness was to maybe the darkness was to was for the sun god.
Maybe so. So then many Roman myths were similar to Greek myths, and Rome was located at a crossroads for trade, which is why it flourished. Who remembers what the language was during that time?
Italian.
William?
And
Yeah, Latin.
and did it
Latin was like the main language, right?
what didn't was it like Greek? The Greeks come and then the Romans? Was it the Romans after the Greeks?
Yeah, the Romans were after the Greeks in our timeline. But with Latin, if we understand Latin, then we can kind of figure out Greek, and we can kind of figure out, well, they spoke Latin in Rome. Okay, so what was that last one? And when Socrates studied there also, he admitted that he studied his medicine in Egypt. Okay, so I actually want to show you guys a video of a person drawing Europe in 3 minutes with a Sharpie, so we can see kind of how big this country is. I was amazed. I said, wow, this is really good.
Is it a time-lapse video or is it normal?
I don't think it's a time-lapse video. You tell me after, okay, if you think it is a time-lapse video. Can you guys see this? Right with the Sharpie.
No music to it, is there? Is there
You
music?
guys draw to music?
Well, it would be nice when we're watching them.
So what's that? Does anyone remember? What's that they're drawing right there?
Italy.
Italy and Sicily. I've been
Yeah,
to Italy.
yeah.
And Sicily.
With a Sharpie too. So do you think it's time lapse?
No, they're drawing so slow.
Yeah, I don't think it's time lapse.
They're not looking at something somewhere else.
Look how they make little small strokes, right? And then they lift up their pen.
I think that's because they're looking at something.
Well, maybe the small strokes make it look more realistic, but it's possible
Yeah,
not
well,
to use bumps.
as an artist, for my artists here, do you draw in small strokes or do you draw in large strokes?
Well, kind of both.
Would probably,
Oh.
but I don't know how many of those bumps actually, and how many of those they just made to make it look like real, because that's a technique that
That I use.
I think I use small strokes when I draw. But I don't know if I do them this small.
Is it only the outline of Europe in 3 minutes?
Yeah, it's only the outline. So I think I asked you before, how many of you do the outline first and then fill in the countries?
That's the wrong way to do it.
There's not a wrong or right way. It's whichever way works out best for your memory.
Make it just a teensy wrong shape. All of your countries are going to end up looking like the poop emoji.
3 minutes to do line. I don't know.
So in less than 5 minutes. What's that they're drawing right there?
England.
Yeah.
How many likes does this video have?
0.
Oh, I don't know.
0 likes. 0 likes. I have likes on my video.
That's it. I thought that was so amazing.
I want to see if it has more likes than I did.
Look at that. I mean, that's a good outline. I thought this part right here was just the way that they did this part.
At something.
Simon, you have a YouTube channel?
I don't know. I don't think they were looking at anything. I mean, I guess we don't know, right? We don't know if they were. But I tend to think that even if you're drawing it from memory, like you might draw it that way where you make little strokes because you're trying to look at something in your mind of how the map goes, right? And they did it with a Sharpie. It wasn't even with a pencil. It was with a Sharpie.
Like 334
Yeah.
up, like thumbs up.
I had technically because
Okay, so we have 2 minutes to spare. I can let you guys go 2 minutes early. So Europe, what we're starting on will be there for 5 weeks. When I send out in the classroom, I'll send out the suggested schedule, but it's not something you have to follow if you think that you want to do something different, okay? So let's see, it's 12, let's see, 1. Yes, so come back at 12:50.
bye.
I don't know if I can eat after all that
Bye.
blood and gore from science. See you guys. Starting here. Set our timer. Alrighty. We said Latin, right? Is that Latin right there? Yes. So I'm trying something new with Latin today. Some more annotating. So hopefully you remember how you were able
Mr.
to
Mia.
get to your annotate.
Mr. Mia.
Yes.
Are we gonna take a whole 55 minutes on the easiest subject?
We have to take 55 minutes on each seminar from now on. So it will always be 55 minutes unless I just run out of material to do with you. It'll always be 55 minutes.
Okay, but reasoning has.
It'll always be 55 minutes. I have been informed. Okay, let's get to it. We're gonna try this annotating thing again today. So how was Latin this week?
Easy, mostly.
Yeah, it was mostly review, right?
Not much.
I looked ahead for next week and we literally have just like one chart for every day, which
Yeah,
is awesome.
yeah, because the hardest part was the nouns. And then we get into our new thing, which we'll talk about in a minute. So we're gonna do some review today. So I tried to find a picture that I thought that you all would love, or at least like. So what do you see here?
A puppy.
An evil puppy licking a mirror
Why is he evil? Why does he have to be evil?
because he's assaulting that mirror with his
He's
tongue.
not evil. He's adorable.
No, he's evil.
Okay, you see a puppy. What else do you see?
I see an
No.
evil soul, but there are two of them because there's
Okay, Simon, thank you. Kendall, what do you see?
He might be trying to lick the other dog, but he's
Okay,
having trouble.
He's greeting the other dog.
okay. So physically, what do you see in the picture?
He's licking a mirror.
Okay, yes, a mirror. Very good. And why do you think he's licking himself? Do you think he thinks that's himself? Does that make sense? Do you? What do you think he thinks he's licking?
another dog.
Yeah, right. Does anyone know what kind of dog that is?
It might be some sort of hound or mix.
He is adorable. He almost makes me want to get one.
Some kind of
Yeah,
German,
his little face is squishy.
except that his ears are flappy instead of straight up.
Yeah, maybe so. He almost looks like a, what am I thinking about? A baby Rottweiler. That's what he kind of looks like to me. My neighbor, when I was growing up, had a Rottweiler. I think he was like 50 pounds, but he was a teddy bear. He was a very gentle dog. I know they're, depending on the owner, they're not always gentle, but the dog that I remember growing up was a very gentle, big dog. Big, 50 pounds.
Like Clifford.
He was only 50 pounds.
Only?
Yeah, Barney's gonna be almost 50 pounds.
My dog's not very large, and he's like 40.
Yeah, Barney's
Oh, okay.
like 40 pounds.
Okay.
My dog's like 60.
My dog's like 7.
Mr. Mia,
Grant. What's your dog, Towie? What do you think your dog is?
70 something.
Okay, yeah. See, Towie, your dog is ferocious.
Hunter did that when he was a puppy.
Okay.
He thought the mirror was him or another friend.
Yeah, I thought I've seen this before going over to friends' houses and just pets in general when they see a mirror. What are mirrors meant to do?
Reflect.
Yeah, they're meant to reflect.
Cooper,
Do you think that people have anything in common with mirrors? Kendall?
They tend to act like the other people around them.
Okay, very good, very good. Do you think we would lick ourselves in the mirror? Yes, William.
I think so when Cooper saw it, like we have this in my parents' bedroom, it's basically a closet, but in front of it is these giant like sheets of glass that are attached like on the front of sliding doors.
Mm-hmm.
So Cooper saw it and he kind of started like barking and getting excited, I think,
Mm-hmm. Why do you think that happened?
because he saw another dog.
Yeah. Very good. So what we're going to enter into today is we're going to take a look at Latin words that have some of the same features as mirrors. So this was a cute way to just kind of get us to think about that. So we have been in Latin nouns for, what is this, 9 weeks? 9 weeks. You should be very proud of yourselves for all of the knowledge that you have gained over these 9 weeks about these Latin nouns. So we're going to review. What do you know about Latin nouns? Now, this is when I want you to annotate, and I want you to type in some things that you know about Latin nouns. So Eden, why don't you type in something first? Anywhere on the screen. Just type in one thing you remember about Latin nouns. Do you have the text feature? You should have a text feature. I'd rather you type
Not
it.
me. I'm typing right now.
Okay. Who is that? Simon. Can you erase that, please? I'm asking Eden to type. Thank you. Did you hit enter or something?
Yeah, I can see it.
Oh, how come I don't see? Oh, there it is. Nouns have a gender. Very good. Okay. Grant, go ahead and type something in. What do you remember about Latin nouns?
Does that work?
I don't see it. Did you hit enter?
Do I hit the save button at the top?
I think you hit.
When I
What did you
save-
hit? What did you hit, Eden?
I just clicked somewhere else, and then it just sort of
Click your
entered it.
mouse. There you go. Different declensions. Good job. Okay, Simon, you're up. Tell me something that you've learned about Latin nouns. Wow, can you guys all type at the same time? Does it work that way?
Yeah.
Okay, everybody type in something you remember.
What if they type in the same thing?
That's okay. I think it tells me your names too.
Can we type something else if we already typed? Or should
Yeah,
we-
type in all you remember. I'm gonna give you like a minute, 2 minutes. Everything you remember about Latin nouns. So instead of us going through those questions today, how we go through our questions, I want to see what you remember this way. They have a case, very good, Kendall. They have a gender, very good. Singular and plural, very good. Stem and an ending, very good. A number, what is that? Number, and then you gave us some of the endings. For what declension is that? Who wrote that in there? Is that you, William? What declension is that? Or is that Simon?
That was Simon.
Okay, what declension is that you gave us, Simon?
First.
Yes, very good.
He also oh, he just erased it. He got one the ending.
Simon, please. I'm gonna have to take away your privileges. Simon? Okay, is everybody got in there? First, second, third declension, fourth, fifth declension. Okay, nouns have a number, nouns have declensions. Good job. The second declension, noun endings. They have a gender. Okay, very good. How about the different genders of the different declensions? What are those? Simon, I need you to type in if you have something else to add, okay? Third and various EMA. Give us Ibis, very good.
Is that right? SOX for feminine.
Where are you?
In yellow.
Feminine socks, yes.
Okay.
Masculine error, very good. What about our neuter nouns? Someone want to tackle that? Good job. You know the declension by the genitive singular, very good. Who was that? Hey, good job, guys.
I put in the neuter.
Okay, good job. Good job, Grant. Okay, look at how much you guys just know without being prompted. I'm so proud of you. Okay, awesome. You guys have learned a lot over the 8 weeks. So what about the cases? What about all the cases for nouns? Somebody put that in there? What are they? Simon. Let's see.
I put the cases in.
Okay, very good, Grant. You guys did an excellent job. Here. All right. Okay. Oh, I think we have to, what did we say? We have to, I think we have to erase all that now. Do I have to do it or do you guys have to do it?
We probably have to do it. So are we done putting stuff in now?
Yeah, we're moving to the next screen. I thought I could do it as like the master
So
controller.
This.
Maybe not. Yeah, erase your things. Oh, wait, I have a, yeah, I can do it too. Oops. So it looks like I can do it.
Sorry.
So this is cool.
You can go to trash and you can, I think you can just clear all everyone's drawings instead of having to take the eraser.
Oh, okay, very good. Thank you, clear all drawings. Thank you, William. Okay, we're gonna get this thing down because I want us to be able to use this more. Okay, so we went through this page, very good. Okay, so now you guys see something else, right? What do you see here?
The first declension, the second masculine, and the second neuter.
Okay, hold on. Okay, so say that for me again, William. What do you see?
First declension.
Okay. Okay, what else?
Second declension, masculine. And second declension, neuter.
Okay. We're gonna put the genders underneath. So first declension is mostly what gender?
Feminine.
Feminine. Okay, and this is second declension. What was this one again?
Masculine.
Masculine. And then what was this last one?
Neuter.
Neuter.
Neuter. Very good. Okay, so how can I tell that is first declension here in this box? How can I tell? Just unmute yourself. I can't see everybody right now.
The genitive singular.
Very good. Genitive singular. So for each one, what's the genitive singular in the first declension, Kendall?
I.
Very good. And Grant, for second declension here, what's the E? And what is it for this one, William?
E.
Okay, very good. And so now, what are the differences between our two second declensions again? Tally.
What was the question again?
What's the difference between my two second declensions here? What do we see as the difference?
The nominative singular.
Okay, very good. The nominative singular. And what is the nominative singular in this one here?
Us.
Us, and what is it in this one? Okay, very good. Okay, I stop annotating. If I clear, stop, advance. Okay, what do we see here?
Third declension, feminine, masculine, and neuter.
Yes, very good, Grant. Third declension. Russell, can you turn your camera on, please? Okay, so let me put some things up here for us. So this is all third declension, right? Trying to do you guys and see all you is it's a challenge.
Miss Janine, may I step away to go to the bathroom, please?
Yes, you may. So what is the gender for this first one? Simon, what's the gender for this first one here?
Feminine.
How do we know?
The SOX rule.
Very good. Okay, Kendall, what is the gender for this next one?
Masculine.
Masculine. How do we know?
Because of the ER or OR in the nominative singular.
Very good. And Grant, what is the gender for this last one?
Neuter,
Neuter. How do we know?
because of Lancat.
Very good. So what's different between these two and this one? The feminine and masculine and the neuter. What are the differences? Kendall.
The neuter has a in the nominative and accusative singular, whereas the feminine and masculine only have ace.
Okay, very good. What's another difference?
The feminine and masculine only use the socks and error rule in the nominative singular, where neuter does Lancat in nominative singular. And
We lost somebody.
Okay, we did lose somebody. Who did we lose?
Eden.
I see Eden. Her camera has to come back on.
Yeah, well,
Simon, camera on. Okay, what about our nominative and our neuter? Tell me about the nominative and the accusative and the neuter. Kendall.
The nominative and accusative for the neuter are the same.
Very good. And tell me about the I stem. Russell, do you remember the rules? One of the rules to use I stem, that we use the I stem?
They can both be masculine and feminine.
Okay, yes. Do you remember one of the rules? Like, when do we use the I stem?
William, you can do it on. I kind of.
I can't hear you.
William can do it. I don't really know.
Okay. Can you tell me where the I stem is located? What case is this here and here? Unmute.
The genitive,
Genitive, and is it singular or plural?
singular.
So this side is singular, this side is plural, right? So it's the genitive plural. Very good, Russell. So can someone tell me in what cases do we use this I stem? William,
Do you want both of the times?
sure, the two rules, yeah.
So the two rules. So of course there are exceptions to both of them.
Mhm.
Like one so what was I gonna say? So the first rule is if the nominative singular and the genitive singular have the same number of syllables, like as in hostess, hostess, or
Very good.
Hollis. And the second rule is if the root of the genitive singular ends in, or just the root ends in two
The
consonants.
stem.
Yeah, the stem, sorry, ends in two consonants, as in gentis, gens gentis, and it also is. And then there are some special exceptions.
Right, okay, thank you, William. That was a very good explanation, and I love how you use your vocabulary there. So I think we've gone through all that. Okay, let's try this one. Wait, let me erase this stuff. Clear. Whoops. Okay, so now what do you see here? Eden, what do you see here?
Fourth and fifth declensions.
Okay, fourth and fifth declension. So tell me about that fourth declension. Why do I have two endings there in the nominative case? What are the possible genders for fourth declension? You remember? What gender do you remember for fourth declension, Eden?
There is masculine and neuter.
Very good. So this nominative here, right, on the left side is the masculine ending, and on the right side is the neuter ending. Yes, Simon?
May I go to the bathroom, please?
Yes, you may. Yes, William?
Have we come across neuter fourth declension yet?
The rule was introduced in your books.
But I don't really remember it coming across words of it.
Yeah, they haven't introduced any vocabulary words in neuter fourth declension, but they do have you know the rule. Yes, Grant?
Can I use the restroom?
Yes, you may. You guys didn't use the restroom after your lunch. Okay, so tell me about the fifth declension, Towie.
What do you want me to tell you?
Anything you remember?
For me, at least, it's the hardest one.
The fifth declension?
Yeah.
Okay. How do I know it's fifth declension?
By the genitive singular ending.
Very good. And what gender is it mostly?
It is Feminine.
Yes, I was trying to make an F. What's F in sign language? Is it A, B, C, D, E? Is it F? Is that F? Or that's G? Or is that F?
That's F, I think.
Okay, so I was trying to do something. I don't know. It was escaping me. Very good. Okay, so it's cool to see that you guys have learned a lot with no labels, no colors. Look at all this you're telling me. I'm so proud of you. Okay, what similarities do you notice in the fourth declension?
Fourth to fifth, or just
Just fourth for right now. What similarities do you notice? William?
So most of the fourth declension is the same for masculine and neuter.
Mm-hmm. Very good.
For the nominative, singular, and the nominative and accusative plural.
Very good. What do all of the singular endings end in, or begin with for fourth declension? Is that the letter I think it is, Eden?
Yeah.
Yes, because this is V, right? UV, okay, yes. You had to have me thinking. I can't think in sign language. I have to go down the alphabet. Okay, very good. Actually, I'm just noticing that myself. I was like, oh, look at that. They all start with U. So how do I determine the difference between...
Ibis.
The fifth declension all start in E in the singular and plural.
Yes, and look at that for fifth declension. Yes, for singular and plural. Look at that. Yes, Eden.
There are two ibises in the fourth declension.
There are two. So ibis and then is this pronounced ebus? Ebus for fifth declension? Kendall?
I think in foundations we said ace, aram, abus, ace, abus.
Abus, okay.
That's just what I remember.
Okay. Yeah, that pronunciation thing is hard because I've listened to several Latin sites, and I know that they said that the pronunciation was based on, there's two different Latins that you can speak. There's the classical Latin, and then I can't remember what the other Latin was called, but one sounds more like Italian, and then the other one, I guess, has its own pronunciations.
Once, so my when we were going on a hike, my neighbor, in my neighbor's car, he said something about there may have been like two kinds of Latin. We were coming back from the hike or something. There might have been like two kinds of Latin, like the kind that like, and like, I don't know, like kind of the street slang Latin, and then classical Latin.
Yeah, maybe so. Maybe so, because I mean, we have different pronunciations for English, right? The British English sounds
The British English.
different than, or maybe they call that Old English, I think, maybe so. Even some of the spellings are different, because I'm thinking about favor. Like, we don't spell favor with a U. We spell it F-A-V-O-R. They spell it F-A-V-O-U-R.
And meter, M-E-T-R-E, we spell M-E-T-E-R.
Yeah.
And color.
And color, they spell it with a U also. Yeah. So maybe it's like that. Okay, it makes it hard for us to know which one to go with, right? But okay, good job, guys. So all of these Latin nouns, we kind of need to know what all of the things that you guys have recalled, we need to know what they are, because now we're going to be looking at another part of speech, adjectives. And I tell you this, hopefully you guys will be so much easier than nouns. So here's where you're going to annotate for me.
Ms. Jamia, we started doing it on Thursday, yesterday, didn't we? Started doing adjectives, even though that wasn't in the reading.
Yes, so I know that one student asked me if it was necessary for you to do the last two exercises in your workspace, right? And you didn't need to, since the lesson actually is not really introduced until the following week. So I'm thinking that that's an error in the Latin space that I have to let them know about. But yeah, if you chose not to do those last 2 lessons, it's fine, because, you know, I don't think they meant to introduce it. In your Latin workspace, they introduced adjectives, the adjective exercises before they introduce the adjective lesson.
Oh, well, I did that.
Did the Latin, the
I wish I knew I was.
Yeah, I wish I had known because I did them.
So then you went ahead, then you had to go past your reading pages to learn how to do it. Is that what you guys did?
I asked my brother about the placement of adjectives.
Okay, so we're going to look at it now. So for some of you then it'll be review if you went ahead, and then for some of you it'll be a preview of what you're going to see this week.
And right before I asked him, and then right below the exercise, they actually said, so I didn't need to.
That's okay. So tell me what you remember about English adjectives. So I'm gonna have you guys, okay, Kendall, go ahead and type for me something. A few things, all of you, can you type something? Type in one thing you remember, one thing you remember about English adjectives. It's okay if we have repeats, that's fine. Russell, are you on here? Okay, type in one thing you remember about adjectives in English. Okay, qualifying. What else? Come on, everybody should be typing in something.
Can we type in more than one thing?
Okay, I need you to type, not draw.
Can we do more than one thing?
I prefer you only do one thing, Russell. I need you to use the type feature, not this drawing feature.
Whoever wrote modifies a verb, doesn't it?
Yeah, we'll speak to that in a moment, William. Okay, did everyone type in at least one thing? How many is that? 1, 2, 3, 4. I have 5 answers up there. You need help, Russell? Do you have a little T when you hit annotate? Do you see a T for text? No? What do you see? Unmute and tell me what you see.
Oh, I see a little bit of it. Well, I'm not on the computer, on my smartphone, so.
Right, when you hit the do you see the annotate feature? I think it might be a little pen or something.
No. You need me to switch the device?
Yeah, it might be helpful if you switch the device. And I'll have to troubleshoot on my phone this week so I know what the feature is on your phone.
We'll do it.
Okay. Okay, more specific information such as an object, size, shape, smell, taste, and material. Okay, very good. Describes a noun. Very good. Who remembers our exact CC definition for an adjective? And you can sing it if you want. William?
Adjective modifies a noun or pronoun by describing, qualifying, or limiting.
Very good. Very, very good. Okay. So you guys did awesome with recalling some of your memory work. How do okay. Here, clear. Okay. Getting the hang of this, you guys. Oh, there's our definition. Okay, so you remember all of those qualities about adjectives in English. So now we're going to learn about Latin adjectives. So how many noun declensions are there? How many are there? Right, there's 5. Very good. Simon? And so you'll be happy to know that for Latin adjectives, there are only 2 groups. I need to have a round of applause.
Wait, Mr. Mia, what do you mean by 2 groups? Isn't
There
there
are 2 groups. So
masculine, feminine, and neuter, right?
you have first and second declension adjectives, and then you have third declension adjectives. And the cool thing is that you know a lot of this already. So let's look at that. There's 2 groups. So if we just call this group A and this group B, you're going to see the similarities to the nouns and the adjectives. We're going to look at that more. But today we're going to focus on the first and second declension adjectives. And so here are some examples of the first and second declension adjectives, and we're going to look at those more closely. So again, remind me, what do you see here? Grant.
First declension, second declension masculine, second declension neuter.
Okay, very good. First and second declension in Latin adjective endings. So we thought that these were noun endings. Now we're looking at adjective endings. So our genders are very important. We have our feminine, right, for first declension. We have our second declension as masculine, and we have our third declension or second declension, neuter. So now I want you to see with our words, notice these endings. When we're given a new vocabulary word for a noun, how many words are we given?
Mr. Mia, we lost Simon and Rasul.
Okay. We lost who and who?
Simon and Rasul.
Okay, yes, we're given 2, Kendall. Very good. So we're given 2 words when we are given 2 vocabulary, 2 endings, right? What are they? What are the cases that we're given? Kendall.
Nominative and genitive singular.
Very good. So now with adjectives, we're going to always be given 3 words. And now I want you to see the connection between our adjectives and our noun endings. So where do you see an A, Kendall?
Is the ending of each word the nominative singular of each declension?
Let's see. So this A goes here. This US goes here. The UM goes here. So what do you think that tells us about the gender of our adjectives? What do they give us? Towie, what do you notice about the gender for each of the adjective endings?
For feminine, the ending, the nominative singular is a. For masculine, it's us, and for neuter, it's
Very good. So when they give us now new vocabulary words that are adjectives, they're going to always give us 3 words, and it's going to always be feminine, masculine, and neuter. We'll be given these 3 cases, right? So what do you think the feminine adjective will follow? What endings will it follow? Wait a minute. Why do I keep losing these 2? I lost them again. Yes, Eden.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Eat, us, eat.
Very good, very good. And so for our masculine, what will be the endings for our masculine adjective endings? Simon, do you have something in your nose?
Yeah, I have a nosebleed.
Oh, Simon, you okay? Okay.
So what was the question?
So what will be the Latin adjective endings for our masculine?
So it will be us, eo, umo, e, or miso, si. So the second declension, and then feminine is first, and then for neuter, it's. I actually don't know. No, I think it's second, just with the neuter thing.
Right, so if you notice the endings, it's gonna tell you the gender, and it's gonna tell you the declension endings that you're gonna follow. And so hopefully all of this looks familiar to you already, right? Yes, William?
Well, if another thing that like with your original question that you asked Howie, what's different from a noun is that nouns have one gender. I think usually, I don't know, but these all of them can be used in all three. So
Yes, yes. And so you know how with English adjectives, usually it's just one word, right? We just have one word that goes with whatever noun. But in Latin, they'll have a form that's feminine, a form that's masculine, and a form that's neuter. Yes, Kendall?
Well, if we're given 10 for masculine, feminine, and neuter, how are we going to figure out which one it is if it's like.
Oh, easy. I can answer this. Please.
Okay. Hold on, we're gonna answer that in just a moment, Kendall. Okay, let's go to our next slide here. So if we were starting to translate, we have to first learn rules, right? There's only really 2 rules right now that we need to know about adjectives. And so our first rule is that adjectives must agree with the noun they describe in gender, number, and case. They will be the same. So we learned about that in another part of speech that was similar. Does anyone remember? Starts with an A.
Verb.
Adverb.
No. In Latin.
Positive.
Yes, a positive. How it had to be the same case as whatever noun it was modifying, right? So adjectives are the same. It'll have to be the same gender, number, case of the noun that is modifying. Yes, William.
So I'm sorry. Am I correct that I didn't see any rules for us to copy this week in our guide?
No, you'll have it next week. That's why I said those 2 exercises were premature, because you get the lesson next week, or this, I guess I would say this week. Yeah, next week, because it's Friday, next week. Okay, so in our by, with, from, the good land, what's our adjective? I guess I helped you out there, Donna. What's our adjective in by, with, from, the good land?
I wonder. Oh, yeah, it's good.
Yes, thank you, Simon. So what is our Latin word for land? I guess I helped you with that one too. Yes, Kendall.
Terra terrae.
Yes, very good. And so first we would need to DGNC our noun, right? So what's the declension of
Yeah.
First.
Tara?
Mia.
Yes.
Just so you know, for future reference, you put the wrong thing in the A. It's supposed to be a line, I think.
Okay. I think I just copied this straight from a book, but okay. So my question is, what declension is Tara?
Oh, I think
It's first, right?
Yes, it's first declension. Okay, and Kendall, what gender is Tara?
Feminine.
Very good, feminine. Towie, what number?
First, 1.
So the number would be singular or plural?
I mean singular.
Very good, singular. And what case, William?
it is adjective.
or,
object of the preposition. Object of the
Can I help?
preposition.
Can I help?
right, or is
Or
Grant.
Nominative.
Right, nominative.
no, but because it has that macron over the A, then it's ablative.
Okay, well then the macron shouldn't be there. It's nominative when we're looking at in this case.
But I thought that by, with, from goes with
Oh no, you're right. This should be ablative. This should be ablative. You're right. This should be ablative. So now, oops, I didn't mean to write that. So now the word good is our adjective, and it's the same ending, right? We should have the same ending. This should be ablative. Let me change that. Let me change this. Uh-oh, you see my answers. Don't look, close your eyes. Miss Jamie is all over the place today. You guys are giving me grace today, right? I know it's too late.
We didn't even try.
I know. Okay, so then you know all my answers then. What is our declension for bona?
the exact same.
Yes, first declension, the gender is feminine, the number is singular, and then that should be ablative. I saw that you saw my answers and quickly went back to the slideshow. So this should be ablative. It should always match in declension, gender, number, and case. So now I want you guys to try this one. The great.
In our brain book.
And so our.
Magna Silva.
Are we annotating or are
Yes.
we doing it?
Yes, we're annotating. So Eden, you want to write the first one. Write the first one for Silva.
Can I do the
Declension for Silva.
Can I do the second?
Yes.
Can I do the third?
Yes. Can you guys all do it at the same time?
Yes.
Yeah.
Simon, can you do the fourth? Is Russell back here with us?
Yes.
Okay, Russell, get ready for the when we get to the adjective, okay? Simon, I need you to type it. Please type it. Okay, with the text feature. Okay, good job. First declension, feminine, singular number. And then what's our case, Simon? Is that you? Nominative. Okay, very good. Now, so our adjective, oh, that wasn't supposed to come up. This was supposed to come up first. Oh, Miss Jamia. Okay, so our adjective is magna, magnus, magnum, and it means great. So had I not shown you my answer, I would have said, what is the adjective that matches our first declension, feminine, singular, nominative noun, forest or Silva? So Rasul, can you put the declension in here? Remember, it should match its noun. And Towie, can you try the gender? You have the text feature? No? Okay, very good. The number is singular. The gender is feminine. And the declension, Russell.
Could it just write like with the drawing feature? Could it just write like 1, 2, 3, 4, or 5? Because those are what the declensions are.
Yeah, I'm not sure what he's typing up right now. Russell, you should just be able to write a number in there for the declension. 1, 2, 3, 4, or 5. Remember, it should match its noun. So what's going to be the declension there? Are you able to write a number in?
I'm just gonna say, I think it's a fifth declension.
Is that a yes, no? Let me see some head nods. Are you able to write a number in?
I am.
No?
He said yes or no to TV.
I can't hear you. I can't hear you. What'd you say?
Yeah, but I'm having a tough
He
time.
said yes or no.
Okay.
I can't hear you.
Oh, is that you with the type there?
Yeah.
Oh, someone is giving you some help. Press the T on the annotate. No, just tell me a number, Russell. What declension is it? Yes. Yes, Russell. What declension is magna? Is it first, second, third, fourth, or fifth declension? Okay, it's not going to be fifth declension because remember, adjectives must agree with their noun. So if our noun is first declension, then what is our adjective? Our adjective will also be first declension. Okay, so the adjectives hopefully you will find to be much, much easier because you're really just playing the matching game, right? It's like just matching. You have to match it with its noun. Okay, guys, so we don't have time for this because Latin is over. But you were gonna try your own. Yes, William.
Nouns only, adjectives only take the first, second, or the first or second declension, right, as their ending.
No, they also have third declension endings, and we will get into those next week.
Okay, but so what happens if it was describing a fifth declension noun? Then it would still have to be fifth declension, but would the ending not be the same?
No, all the first declension is for adjectives is first declension is for feminine adjectives. Second declension is, these are always true. First declension is for feminine, second declension is for masculine, and second declension neuter is for neuter again.
Right, so when we get into third declension, we get into more of using the third declension rules for that. The only thing that I did want you guys to look at is this placement. So in English, we generally put the adjective right before the noun, right? So it'd be like the red box or the white paper or, the beautiful dress, something like that, right? But for Latin, it's a little bit different. So for Latin, if the adjective has to do with size or quantity, then it's going to come before the noun.
I copied these rules down.
Okay, thank you, Simon. And if the adjective has to do with quality, then it's going to come after the noun. So it'll kind of look like this. Quantity adjectives come before the noun. Quality adjectives come after the noun. So that's going to be important when you have to translate from English to Latin. Notice those changes when you're translating Latin sentences and just notice the placement of your adjectives this week. So then when they ask you to translate from English to Latin, you'll have to remember the placement. Yes, Simon?
How do you get out of the annotate feature again?
There's a little red X at the top. You see it? Okay. We can only put in one break.
No break.
No break.
No breaks.
No break.
No break.
On.
I don't want to break.
Okay, what do we have next?
I don't need a break.
We have literature and reasoning left.
No break.
Literature and no break.
I need a
Yeah.
break.
Literature.
LTW. Literature.
Mr. Mia, is it all right that we read our reasons, at least like one little part of them in LTW?
Let's wait till we get there. Let me get to my stuff.
I vote reasoning
Miss Jamia,
No LTW.
in
Yes,
LTW.
Callie.
do we actually have to do 55 minutes of analogies?
We're supposed to.
But they don't take 55 minutes.
Here's what we'll do. I'm just gonna get through the information that I've prepared for you. If it takes us before 55 minutes, then so be it. I don't have anything else for you. But if it takes us right to 55 minutes, then we'll be right at 55 minutes. Okay.
Miss Jamia,
Is that fair?
Miss Jamia,
Yes.
try and go through the whole lesson so that I don't have to read it at home.
I would say yes.
Tutor thing also, you do realize we're using a break right now. But the tutors thing, it does say, they did say that you have to end at 3:30, right?
Yeah.
It's actually 3:30, not 2:30.
10 minutes to 2 right now.
148.
Let's just go into.
Okay, we're gonna go into LTW now and end with reasoning. Let me put this, I tell you, I need to figure out how to put you guys all on my screen in a way that I can still see everybody and see the lesson. That's still tricky. I need to have like 2 devices open. Okay. So we are still in Magician's Nephew, and you should still be reading Number the Stars.
I finished it the first week. Is that okay?
Yeah, that's fine, as long as you finished it. So let's just review our,
It's a boring book in my opinion. I didn't like it.
okay, we're not discussing Number the Stars this week, so we'll get your ideas about that next week, okay? So I want you guys to really pay attention to the process of writing that we're doing, because we'll be adding on every time, right? So for invention, really first it's our should question, right? It's our should and whether statement. That comes before our Annie. Then it's our Annie. Then it's the 5 common topics, and then it's comparison 1. For arrangement, it's our sorting. Yes, Kendall?
How is the comparison in 5 common topics different from comparison 1?
Because comparison 1, remember, is just your similarities. You're picking your 2, term A and term B, and now you're focusing more in on characters, where your 5 common topics are more general, right? If you notice, it's kind of more general. Your comparison 1 now is focusing in more on characters.
When I did I think it's kind of hard to add things in based on comparison 1. It seems because, yeah.
Okay, well, did anyone else find it difficult to add more things in for your comparison 1?
I'd already finished my Annie chart before I did that.
Okay, so you should do as much of your Annie as you can, right? And then when you do your 5 common topics, that might give you more reasons. It might give you just 2 or 3. It might be repetitive, or it might give you 5 to 10 more reasons. You never know when you're exploring all these different ideas. And now when you hone in specifically to characters and comparison, that might give you additional reasons, things that you didn't think about before. So then when we get into arrangement, that sorting process, woo! How many of you go like the sorting?
It's easy.
It's easy, but it does take a long time. I have to see mine really big.
I like it.
Big.
It's
Yes, you like
well, for me it's kind of
12 minutes.
it's like
Organizing.
Coming up with the titles of each of your categories should be fun. I want you to have fun coming up with your titles. And then it's your exordium. That's what we've practiced this week, right? And then your outline. So now this week, we're on elocution. So we've already done parallelism. That should have been moved up some. This week, we're going to be looking at verbs. So this is more of editing what we would have already done before. Getting, again, more specific with learning how to rewrite things better. And then our final essay. So for our exordium, I want everyone to share all of one of each of your 3 exordiums, but don't tell us what you picked for your final one, because we'll hear it next week, okay? So if you remember your template, you had to go through a question, a challenge, and a quote. So I'd like each of you to share with the class one of each of those.
Ms. Jamia, can we also review our issues to the class?
Yes. Okay, Eden?
I didn't know we were supposed to do one of each, so I only did 2 of those.
Okay, it was on your worksheet in your workbook, one of each.
Oh, okay.
But you can share what you have, Eden, okay?
Okay.
All right, Kendall.
So read one question, one challenge, and one quote.
Yes.
Okay.
Are you
So
frozen?
the challenge.
For the ones that we wrote, multiple of them, are we supposed to write, speak? One of the 3 should be the one that we actually did, right?
Right, but don't tell us, because we'll hear it next week when you read your essay. Okay, go ahead, Kendall.
I can't choose which question yet, so I'm gonna skip to the challenge, and
Okay.
I'll come back. Imagine something so bad that you don't want to know it. And then question, can knowledge itself be bad?
That's a good one. Especially given the things we've been talking about lately, right?
And then for my quote, J. Robert Oppenheimer, quoting the Bhagavad Gita after the first successful test of the atomic bomb in July 1945. Now I am become death, the destroyer of worlds.
Ooh, very good. Don't tell us what you chose. What's your thesis?
Whether my thesis, Jada should not have searched for the deplorable word.
Okay, very good. All right, William.
Okay, so for my question, when is it time to wipe out a world? For my challenge, imagine having your sister queen. And for my quote, I couldn't exactly find one that related to mine very much, so it doesn't exactly relate, but I just found it off the web. The man who kills a man kills a man. The man who kills himself kills all men. As far as he is concerned, he wipes out the world. So it doesn't really relate to mine. But
What's your thesis?
Yeah, and my thesis is the White Witch should wipe out Charn.
It kind of relates to, because it relates to wiping out and killing.
Yeah, maybe that's why the web recognized it when I did my search.
Okay, very good, very good.
My thesis, the White Witch should wipe out Charm.
Okay, very good.
Excuse me, Mr. Mia, did you kick me out or did it just like break?
I did not kick you out. So
Did anybody else get kicked out?
no.
I get kicked out all the time, you know. It's
I
just a
think
part of life.
Russell and Simon, you guys have been kicked out twice today, I think. That it dropped twice today.
So you mind if I use the bathroom, right?
Okay, go ahead. Just don't interrupt anyone, okay?
I think the first time it might have just like crashed, but I don't know about that time.
Okay. Okay, Grant, you ready? Can you read your thesis first, please?
Yeah. My thesis is Diggory should have built a wardrobe out of the fallen apple tree.
Okay.
What did you say it was?
Diggory should have built a wardrobe out of the fallen apple tree. So I'm gonna give you one of my questions, but I kind of need my mom's help on the chart because I couldn't really find a quote, and so I'm just gonna give you one of my 3 questions, and then I'm gonna do the chart later for the challenge and the quote. Is that okay?
Okay. Okay, that's fine.
So my question is, would you have kept the magic alive?
Ooh. I like that. That's good, Grant. Okay, very good. Very good. Yeah, that's intriguing to open up a paper with, you guys think? All right, Towie, you're up.
My question was, well, my challenge was, imagine being tricked into going into another world. My weather statement was whether Polly should have listened to Diggory, and I chose the negative side.
Okay, no, you're not supposed to tell us that, Towie.
I didn't choose the negative side.
No, wait. You're supposed to give us a sample of your exordium from the question, the challenge, and the quote, the template that you had to fill out in your workbook to practice one of each. You're supposed to give us one of those and let us be surprised for everything else. So everybody act like you didn't hear that. We have a lot of that today. Erase, rewind.
My question was, can you imagine suddenly disappearing?
Ooh, okay.
And my quote from Abraham Cahan, only the other world has substance and purity.
Okay, very good. Who was that quote from?
Abraham Cahan.
Okay, is that an author?
I think so. He was born in the 1800s.
Okay, very good. So everybody forget the other part that Towie said so we could be surprised next week. Okay, who's next? William?
Mr. Mia, you told us to say it as a thesis, so I think we all said which one we picked.
Yes. So it should be your thesis statement. So I'd like you to say your thesis statement first and then give us your exordium choices, okay? All right, who's next? Who hasn't gone yet? Kendall, have you gone? Okay, Eden?
My quote is, the only way to get rid of temptation is to yield to it.
Very good.
I thought we were allowed to do a joke from last week.
Yes, you can.
So even though it didn't say that, so I just, I have a joke, which is, knock, knock, who's there? Would who? Would you help your poor dying mother if you had in your hand something that would cure her?
Okay, very good.
And
what was your third
That's
one?
more deep than a joke.
What was your third one?
I didn't know we were supposed to do that, so I didn't.
Okay. So in your template, it would have said there's 3, just so you can practice trying all 3. And what was your thesis?
Diggory should have taken the apple that Jadis tempted him with back to his mother.
Okay, very good. Very, very good. Okay, Russell, you ready?
Okay.
Okay, so you're going to share with us your thesis and then share with us one of each of your exordium types, but don't tell us what you chose for your final one, okay?
Hold on. Hold on.
So what's your thesis?
Should Diggory have, should you choose the rings or the wardrobe?
Should Diggory had chosen the rings
No. Should you choose the rings or the wardrobe?
Should who choose? Diggory?
No, everybody, including Diggory.
Right, you'd have to, so your thesis is based on a character and a decision or choice or action that they made.
That's not really a choice he could have made, technically, because the wardrobe didn't exist.
Simon, it's my thesis.
Okay, Simon, thank you. I'll handle this, thank you. Okay, do you understand, Russell? So your thesis.
I did all that work for nothing. I don't really have anything.
Okay, hold on, Russell, because I want to make sure you understand. So our thesis comes from choosing a character in our novels, and they made a choice. So now the Annie helps us to come up with reasons why they made the choice or why they should not have made the choice. So in terms of your thesis, it could be, should Diggory have chosen, what'd you say, the wardrobe or the rings? Is that what you said?
Yeah.
So should Diggory had done something else with the rings? What did he do with the rings? We need that action of what he actually did with the rings.
He buried them.
Okay, then should Diggory had buried the rings? Okay, you understand?
Yes.
Okay. We'll talk offline, okay? No worries. No worries. Okay, very good. Did I get everybody? Yeah, Simon, did you share yours? Okay, share what you have. So share your thesis and then share one of each. Unmute, Simon.
I don't have it on paper, so it might take a second to get.
Is it online?
Did you do it in your workbook? Did you write it inside of your workbook?
No, I wrote it on the computer.
Okay.
I'll just write mine in.
Let me just get there. It'll take a second.
Wait, Miss Jamia, we use these workbooks for like a bunch of years, right?
3 years.
Yeah, so I just write mine in an extra notebook. Is that okay?
Yeah, that's fine. It just depends on whatever your parent wants to do. I think I had Sinai, I think she wrote in her workbook her very last year, because that was going to be the last time she used it. But the first 2 years, she wrote it on paper.
So my issue is, should Diggory have rung the bell?
Okay.
And you want reasons?
No, I want you to read to me.
Right. 3 of the thingies. Wait, 1 sec. Let me. Okay, would you ring a mysterious bell not knowing what it would do? Imagine traveling to a different universe and ringing a bell only to awaken a queen only to find she was evil.
Mm.
And then, what does it matter what would have happened? Explain Polly before Diggory foolishly rung the bell. but I didn't find a great quote, so that's mine.
Okay, very good. Very, very good. So I'm excited to hear your essays next week. And so this is what you should have worked on this week. I hope you guys kind of had fun with that. And so this week you'll be working on all your elocution elements. So the first one, if you remember, is parallelism. So you'll be adding parallelism into your essay. And this is just, again, an example of what I did with our class issue. You choose your parts of speech, you pick your two terms, term A and term B, and then you compare. Uncle Andrew was all of these things, a magician.
Crying on a boot alone.
Yeah.
Yes.
Do you have to give a sample sentence of all of them, like it has in your workbook, or not?
You don't have to, but sometimes I at least find it helpful to make the sample sentence, because then it helps me fit it into my final essay where I can fit it in. You don't need a lot of parallelism because, again, just like IEW and our different decorations, we don't want to add too many in one paragraph, right? You're just learning how to add parallelism in now. And it's funny because now I notice parallelism all the time on TV with newscasters and TV shows and books. And I'm like, that's parallelism. That's parallelism. Have you guys noticed that? Or is it just Miss Jamia that's crazy like that? Okay, yay, Tally. Thank you. I'm not out here all by myself on an island.
You lost Grant.
Okay. Yes, Russell. You've heard parallelism too? Yes, thank you, Russell. That's 3 of us. We're not crazy. We're not crazy. Okay, so my verbs for Uncle Andrew were conjured, manipulated, and displayed. My adverbs were inexperienced, disloyal, despicable. And then my adjectives, helplessly, unscrupulously, and shamefully. And then I had my term B was Jadis. Notice I said Jadis and not the White Witch because I love her name, right? So here are my little sentence examples. Here it is if I just use one part of speech to do my parallelism with. Uncle Andrew was a magician, a relative, and a coward. And here it is if I kind of mix it up a little bit. Uncle Andrew conjured schemes, manipulated relatives, and displayed cowardly attitudes. And the same with Jadis. So you guys will be implementing parallelism into your essays again this week. And so for our editing verbs, before we get to our little group activity, I want us to talk about that for a second. Verbs. So what do you remember about verbs? Tell me everything you remember about verbs. What are they?
Actions.
They are actions. What else are they?
Awesome.
Awesome. Yes, they are awesome.
Necessary.
What do we usually call them?
Do you want us to annotate?
Sure. Tell me what you remember about verbs. Actually, you know what? Give me several verbs. How about that? Give me like, how many of you is it? 7? Give me 7 verbs. Just go ahead and type them in.
So you only want us to each give you one?
Yes. Type one verb on the screen, everybody. I'm gonna, let's see.
Just any verb?
Any verb. Jumped. Screamed. Very good. I like all those exclamation points. Give me another one. Kendall.
Thanks.
Simon, do you have one on there?
I do not. Yeah.
You lose Russell. Oh, Russell. Flustered. Is flustered a verb?
To fluster.
Use it in a sentence. Laughed. Very good. Spewed. Okay.
Wait, so
You said use flustered in a sentence.
Yes. I think of that being like a.
He's
what
flustered,
word each did you say?
he's flustered because he has more school today.
He is flustered. I think of flustered as being more of an adjective. What question does it answer? He is flustered.
It shows his emotion.
He is what or whom?
Flustered.
Right, so flustered actually doesn't answer that because it have to be a noun. Flustered. Can flustered replace or describe he? Yes, it describes he, right?
Yeah.
So then flustered would be an adjective in that case, a predicate adjective. So I think flustered is an adjective. I don't know that that is a verb. Who's doing that with all the hearts?
I just cleared all my drawings. So maybe Grant.
I needed the letters to stay on the screen, you guys. You guys, I want us to be able to use this feature, but I can't if you are going to not use it responsibly, okay? I want us to be able to use this more. So we had jumped, conjured, ran, dash. I saw screamed and laughed up there before, didn't I? Can you put those back up there? Laughed, screamed. Do I have 7? Russell, did you put a verb up there? Screeched, okay. Can you put a verb on our screen? Lunge, very good. Attacked.
We had spewed.
Spewed, yes. Okay, I'm sorry, it got erased. Russell, can you put that back up for us?
Should we each just do one or multiple?
You should be doing one, Simon. Which one would you like to select and erase your others? You already did one. Did you do several? Pick one and erase the rest. Okay. Okay, very good. So out of all of our verbs, which ones would you say are active?
Screamed.
Yes, very, very good.
Jumped.
Jumped, okay.
Screeched.
Screeched,
Dash.
dashed, okay.
Laugh.
Laugh,
Endured.
okay. You had, Russell, didn't you have, initially you had up there, what did he have up there at first? It was an S verb,
Spewed.
spewed. Didn't you have spewed up there?
Can you unmute yourself?
Spewed was me.
Yeah, I think that was Kendall, actually.
Hey, Kendall, I like that verb. That gave me a visual. Did you give us a verb?
Can you unmute yourself?
Can you unmute yourself and just talk to me? Did you give me a verb?
Yes.
Okay, what was your verb?
Ran.
Ran. Okay, very good. So I have 7 up there then. Looks like I have way more than 7. Okay. So now, which ones are vague? Do you remember what is vague? What does that word mean? Vague.
Sort of like general, not very specific.
Okay, very good. So looking at the verbs we have on our whiteboard, what verbs would you say are vague?
Shania, can we label the ones that we think are vague with a question mark sticker?
Sure. So label the ones you think are vague. Those little hearts are very cute. They're like perfect. Climbed, lunged, jumped.
There aren't very many vague ones.
Okay. Flipped. So this question mark is supposed to go to what? It's just out there in space by itself. Okay, how about this one, laughed? Is that vague? Okay, very good. Okay, how about precise? What does that word mean? Kendall?
Very specific.
Okay, so which verbs are precise? Label those with, what's the next little thing?
Star.
A star. Label the precise verbs with a star. Okay. Battered. Lunge. Okay, I see we have some difference of opinion on some of them. So here for laughed, we have question marks and stars. So which one is it? Is it
I have the most of everybody.
precise or is it vague for laughed?
I think it's more vague
Why?
because people use the word laugh a lot. Like he laughed, they laughed, blah, blah, blah. I don't know. It's not that bad.
Okay, Kendall.
It's not bad, but there's different ways to describe a laugh, maybe.
Can you
Like
give us an example?
chuckled or giggled. That's
Startled.
more intriguing, I think.
Oh my god.
Right, right. So do you remember in Essentials learning about word pictures? Like painting a picture in the mind of your audience with words. Do you remember learning about that in Essentials? We talked about that in our class. So you want those strong verbs that we talk about in Essentials, you want the kind that are gonna paint a picture in your audience. So laughed might not paint as clear a picture as some of the examples Kendall gave, like giggled or chuckled, right? I get a clear picture of like a sweet little cute laugh if you tell me that somebody chuckled. It might even sound like a quiet laugh, right? How about, so we have dash as vague. Can someone give me an example of precise, something precise? That's a synonym to dash.
How about like sprint? I think
Sprint is a good one.
sprint is good. I bet I could think of way more if I just thought of a bunch of video games that I've played, but
Yeah, it looks like this one has some mixed understandings too. I see stars and question marks, right? So I think with this word, it might help to see what we put around it to see if it's going to be vague or precise, right? It could be precise depending on what we put around it. What adjectives do we help to paint the picture? Okay, very good. How about flipped? I see there's some mixed here too. How about flipped?
Swirl.
Swirl.
Well, did you say twirl? Because you can flip without twirling, and you can twirl without flipping. So,
Okay, Kendall.
I feel like that one is kind of similar to dash.
Mhm.
You could use a little more describing on how, I think.
Yeah, I agree. I think it just depends on what we put around it. Spewed. What do you think about that one? I think that one sounds pretty precise, no matter what you put around it. I just get this picture of just, am I out here by myself on this island? How about you guys? What do you think?
you could say like he guzzled water, but it's not like it's not like more strong. So, a good one.
Right. Spewed, what kind of picture do you see with spewed? Do you think that he liked it or he didn't like it if you use this verb?
Didn't like it.
Right. It sounds like something that was just gut wrenching. He spit it out. Have you ever done that with any food? Hopefully not someone that made a beautiful dinner and then you eat it and you're like, I've seen that in a movie before, but hopefully in real life that doesn't happen.
One thing that I had when I was little, I'll just never forget. It was this curry, and it was yummy. And then I ate it, and then I was just like, I feel sick. And my mom was just like, eat the curry, and I was just like, what? No. And I ate it, and then I went to the bathroom, and I threw up all over like the bathtub, and it was so disgusting.
Oh, yeah, that does sound pretty gross. So you spewed out curry. Okay, Viv, how about screamed?
It paints a picture in my mind of a woman
Yes.
screaming.
Yes, okay. Can you give me an even more precise word for screamed?
Yelped.
Okay.
Shouted.
Shouted.
Use their vocal cords.
Can you give me a verb?
Used.
Okay, so remember our job for elocution this week is to really look for the verbs that are verb choices. So you're going to edit your verbs. So what I tend to do and what I tend to tell my children to do is write what you think first. Just get that out of your minds and get it on paper. Then when you go back and rewrite, circle your verbs and then ask yourself, is this precise or vague? If it's already precise, just look what you have around it. If it's vague, then change it to a strong verb and also look and see what you have around it. Because maybe it could be like a verb that's like dash or flipped, right? Where it could be strong depending on what you have surrounding it. Does that make sense? Yes?
Yeah, when you say circle the words, you don't mean all of them, right? You mean like the verb transitives, right?
Well, you're editing verbs specifically. So we're going to work on one part of the speech at a time. So
You want us to circle like is, to, or just like the,
right, let's talk about that. Would you say that, what kind of verb is?
it's a linking verb, I think.
It is linking. So would you say that that's precise or vague?
Well, I don't know what could you put instead of is?
So if I use the sentence, what was the example? I think Tawi said the one about, what was the F verb that we had? Fluttered. Was it flustered?
Flustered.
Right? Okay, so if I have he is flustered, right? That sentence, is that sentence a vague sentence or a precise sentence?
It's pretty precise. So you maybe just change the word that comes after it if you had is, if it's pretty vague. Because
So in essentials, when we would think about rearranging sentences, when we started to look at sentence openers, right? We might have a sentence that had a prepositional phrase in it, for example, but now we want to think about opening our sentence with a prepositional phrase. So now we're working on rearranging sentences to add variety to our writing. So if you find that you have a lot of predicate nominatives and predicate adjectives in your paper, there could be ways for you to rearrange it so that now you're adding more imagery, right, to your writing. So if I said he is flustered versus flustered, diggery, and then I finished my sentence, which one gives us more information?
Flustered diggery.
Right. So it's just now going back and rethinking how you can word something so that you paint these pictures in the minds of your audience. Does that help, William? Okay. Good job. So what's good practice that you're getting now in A, challenge A, is that you're learning how to edit your papers. So once you get to challenge 1 and on, high school, and if you decide to start taking the college courses called dual enrollment, and you enter a class where writing is required, you have to do minimum 3 drafts, 3, right? So that means that the editing that you're learning how to do now should come very natural to you when you get into high school if you practice it now. It won't be like, oh, I can't believe it, I gotta go back and edit my paper, right? You know specific things to go back and look for and to change so that you make your writing better. So if you get in the habit of having a minimum right now of just 1 draft, right? We're working on 1 draft. So you'll write what you're gonna write out of your brain the first time around, and then you'll go back now, circle your verbs and see where you can make them more precise. Okay, so it's kind of the beginning of a process to help you get on a good track of learning how to edit your work. Okay, so now we're gonna do a breakout session.
Yay!
Okay, so let me give you your instructions. Let's share my screen now. We're gonna practice this verb stuff. So you see that there are 3 sentences here. And let me see who's gonna be, how many of you is it today? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, so.
can I not have this second sentence?
Why not?
I already thought of what it could be. And so
Let me see, Eden and Simon. So one of your groups is gonna have 3 today, okay? Let's see, who do I have missing? Kendall. Okay, so let me tell you which sentence to write down. Hopefully I'll be able to see this one. Or you know what? Can you just write down all 3? Or can you remember? No, that'd be too long, right? Okay, look, no, can you write down all 3? Write down all 3 sentences on your whiteboard. You're gonna be in whichever group the computer puts you in. I'm gonna let it randomly choose. Give me a thumbs up when you got it copied down. So remember, your instructions are going to be to notice your verbs and to change them to something that paints a better picture. So a strong verb, we want a strong verb there. If you want to add some other things, that's fine, but the focus is verbs.
In sentence number 2, is it supposed to be he had a beautiful voice or she had a beautiful voice?
Why? Do boys not have beautiful voices? It's purposefully he.
Well, you
You
might
can't
not
have
say
rugged
it
voices.
the same way. You might rephrase it in a different way to not use beautiful.
But why? I mean, if he's singing, would I say he has a handsome voice? I would say he has a beautiful voice.
He is beautiful. You might say he's handsome, probably. So
I mean his voice, but we're describing his voice.
he had a handsome voice. He had a melodious voice.
Okay. If you want to work on some adjectives, yes, Kendall.
How will we know if we're in group 1, group 2, or group 3?
You won't know until I put you there, and you'll see it'll say group 1, group 2, or group 3. Has
Thanks.
everybody written down your Are you
Yeah.
good, Sally? Okay. All right, guys. Let's see. Stop sharing. Let's see. 3 rounds. All right, here we go.
Where's the breakout room?
You have to accept the invitation, Russell. It should have come up on your screen. It didn't? Let me try you in a different one. Okay. Good job, guys. back on your show. Put your show back on. Good job, guys. So, spokesperson from each group to share with us.
I don't know.
Group
I'll
number,
do it.
who had group number?
For group 1, did you say?
Yes.
Kendall and I did. So Kendall, do you want to do it? Otherwise, I'll do it.
I can do it.
Did you say I could? Okay.
Do you want to?
I will if you want to. It's just reading a sentence.
Sorry, I can't hear what you're saying. What?
Okay, you can do it.
Okay, go ahead, Kendall.
Okay. So we changed, they had a plan to abandon Jadis to, they devised a scheme to abandon Jadis. We had to change plan to, is that right, William?
I think, didn't we go with they formed a scheme?
Devised formed, okay.
Oh, wait, no. Yeah, devised.
Devised. We changed had to devise and we changed planned to schemed since planned was a weaker noun.
Yeah, okay. Very, very good. That's wonderful. Okay, group number 2. Is that you, Simon?
I think so.
Okay.
Group 3.
It's me, Grant, and
You
Rasul.
guys are group 3. Simon. That's why Eden wasn't saying anything. Okay, group 3. Who's your spokesperson? Or group 2, I mean. Did I say group 3? Group 2.
I don't.
Russell saying Towie is the spokesperson. Who's the spokesperson?
I don't know.
I'll do it, I guess.
Okay, go ahead, Towie.
So our sentence was he had a beautiful voice. So we changed had to achieved or received, obtained, and worked for.
Okay, very good. Very, very good.
Hey, what happened to my ideas?
Did you have something to share too, Russell?
Here to have?
Appeared to have?
Yeah.
So the idea was for us to change it into more of a strong verb. So we're going to want to get rid of had altogether because it's too vague. It doesn't paint like a picture of the sentence.
They were using kept. They were using bought. He obtained. I mean, what if he had the voice all along?
Right, so our sentences aren't based on what ifs, they're just based on what was given to you, and you're gonna look at the verb and try to change it into a strong verb. So this would have been exercises that we did when we were looking for strong verbs from Essentials. And if you remember the band words, who remembers the band words? William.
The band words were interesting, like, in some cases, big, little, pretty, interesting, nice. And then there are band verbs: go, when, came, come, say, said. And that's the ones that I remember.
So there was a song. There was a song for the band words for adjectives. And do you remember the song, Grant?
I remember part of it.
Okay, maybe I'll send it out in the classroom this week so you guys can see Miss Jamia being silly singing the
remember
end.
part.
You remember the end? These are the band words. Waka waka.
Oh, yes, I remember.
That's the best part of the song. Okay, so you guys get the gist of what you're doing this week. You're going to add parallelism, and you're going to edit your verbs, and then do your final essay. So I'm looking forward to seeing your final essays for this week. You have any questions for me?
Yeah, we didn't get to go.
Oh, group 3 didn't go? I'm sorry. Let me hear you, group 3.
Well, actually, Eden has the stuff. So Eden has to be spokesperson.
Okay, Eden.
For the first sentence, it was they had a plan to abandon Jadis. We changed had to conceived. For the second sentence, it was he had a beautiful voice, and we changed had to possessed. The third sentence was the children went out in search of the garden. We changed went to troop. And for the fourth sentence, it was he got an apple from the garden. We changed to post.
Oh, wow, you guys did 4 sentences. That's awesome. That's why you were asking me for another sentence. I didn't know you went through all of them. Okay, very good. So this should be pretty easy work for you guys this week, right? Okay, very good. So our last seminar of the day,
Analogy.
we're gonna actually have to press on because we have 45 minutes.
Press on.
We have 45 minutes, so we have to press on. Okay. I didn't get to share with you what I did with the class essay. I'll share that maybe next week, or maybe I'll put it in the classroom. Analogies. Where is it? Here we go. Okay. Where are you guys? I don't see you. Okay. Am I already sharing? Do you guys see my screen?
No.
You don't? Okay. How did that happen? Now do you see it?
Yes.
Yes, okay, perfect. Okay, last one, guys. Hopefully you had some fun with this one, because when I really got down to it, I was like, oh, this is kind of cool. How many of you enjoyed this Synecdoche figure of speech? Okay, I didn't notice, or I didn't realize how popular it is. It's very popular. But okay, we'll get to it in a minute. So our proverbs from around the world. Today we have a Spanish one, an Ethiopian one, and a German one. And so you see my cute little birds down there. You know that has to do with one of them, right? Let's see if you can pick which one. Look at their faces too. It's something juicy that they're talking about. Something real juicy. Okay, so can I get a reader for the first one? Okay, Grant. Mute. Great.
Okay. Whoever gossips to you will gossip about you.
Ooh, what do you think that means?
It means that somebody who passes gossip about everybody.
Okay, Tally.
Like if you tell them a secret and they tell you a secret about someone else, then they're probably going to tell your secret to someone else.
Yes, right. That's a strong indication that they probably will. So do you think my birds have something to do with this proverb? Mateo? No. Do you think my birds have something to do with this proverb?
It kind of seems like because evil is gossip, it could go with the first or the second.
Okay. Look at this bird that's listening. Look at his eyes and his face. I just thought that was the cutest thing.
Sorry if you heard that music because I accidentally started Jeopardy music without meaning to.
Oh, okay. I didn't hear it.
Yeah, I was trying to unmute and like it wouldn't let me or something.
Okay, so who wants to read the second one? Get a reader for the second one. Kendall.
Evil enters like a needle and spreads like an oak tree.
Okay, what do you think?
Ethiopian proverb.
What do you think that one means?
That even one even like when you're first like tempted to just do a little tiny thing, then you're gonna be even more tempted to do a bigger thing. Because
Yeah,
the tiny thing didn't really hurt you.
yeah, very good. When we think about the eye of a needle, it's pretty small, right? It's kind of how over time the world has kind of become desensitized to sin, right? It even just as early back as, I guess, the 70s, not that you guys would know anything about the 70s, but if you've ever seen any advertisements or even shows that were back from the 70s, you'll notice that there was certain language that was permissible on TV that now the language that's permitted on television now, they would have never let some of those things happen, as early as the 70s on television. Even in, I'm thinking of I Love Lucy. I don't know if anybody's ever watched the show I Love Lucy or Leave It to Beaver. Has anyone ever watched Leave It to Beaver? Okay, so if
I don't know.
I Love Lucy.
yes.
And I think because like we were watching Masterpiece, and then there's parts that my mom said they would never have put on public television when she was a kid.
Yeah, it's pretty much like this proverb is telling us. A little bit gets in, and then we become desensitized to it. Then a little bit more, and next thing you know, over a long period of time, it's spread like an oak tree. It's become massive. Okay, how about this last one? Let me get a reader for that one. Grant.
Who begins too much accomplishes little.
Okay, what's that mean? Kendall?
If you start too many things, then you're doing too many things at once, which means you can't focus on different things and finish them. You'll probably only get like halfway through everything before you die.
Before you die? That's so final. Yes, William.
It kind of reminds me of when at a camp that I'd go to, and like they had an arts and crafts section, and I guess you shouldn't just like rush through them and try and get a bunch done by the end. You should kind of go slow and work on one, maybe two.
Yeah.
Mrs. Wallace, that camp we went to.
Yeah.
Yep. I remember the arts and craft person. I'm just like, whoa.
Yeah.
He
So
was like really serious about like, you have to finish your thing.
Okay, very good. Thank you for that personal example. It also has a lot to do, this proverb has a lot to do with your schoolwork and challenge, right? So if you think about how you schedule your week, right? If you schedule too much in one day, you might be so overwhelmed that you don't really accomplish anything, right? But if you can schedule it to where you have goals set for each day, then you can see that you're accomplishing things from day to day. If you can think about your parents and all the things that they have to do in a day, Miss Jamia kind of works from this card filing system. That's how I keep my days organized. Call me crazy. But I'll have all these little cards listed out by priority. So it's kind of like how your assignment scheduler, you have things listed out by priority, and I have things listed out by priority too. All types of things, doctor's appointments, stuff for challenge, contacting people for other things, just everything. I have everything on there so that for the things that have to roll over to the next day, it's okay because it wasn't a priority yet. But as I get closer to deadlines, they shift, right, in priority. And so with your assignment planner, you're going to learn how to do that over time. And this proverb helps us to understand that a lot. Very good. Okay. So our new word for today is dross, which it probably should have been one of our first words because it's pretty early in our Proverbs 25, if you remember.
Excuse me? I think I know what dross means.
Okay, help us.
I think it means like the ore that silver comes in. like the extra part, like if you mine the silver, there's a rock in the ore. I think it's probably like the rock
Okay.
plus the ore.
Does the context of this scripture help you at all? Is that where you're getting your guess from? Very good. Okay. Anyone else have thoughts about it? What do you think dross means?
Without the context, I guess I was wrong. I might have thought it's some clothing, but
Kendall?
Maybe if you take the impurities out of it.
Okay. Very good. Good. How about this one? Does this one help? Based on the context that you see in these two scriptures, would you say that dross is something that pleases God or displeases God? Thumbs down. Eden, thumbs down. You have thumbs up, Russell? You think it's something that pleases God based on these two scriptures? Okay, unmute, Russell.
Yeah.
Explain to me your thinking. What makes you think that it's something that pleases him? You want to read, can you read Isaiah 1:22 for me? Read the first one.
Your silver has to become like dross. Your wine you toward water.
Okay, and read the second one.
Put away the wicked of the earth like dross. Therefore I love your testimonies. I'm going to look up dross.
Okay. Right now, we're just trying to see if we can understand based on the context of these scriptures, if it's something that pleases God or displeases God.
Oh, here we go. Something as regarded as worthless rubbish.
Okay, you're getting ahead of me, Russell. We're trying to, okay, thank you, very good. Okay, I think Russell helped us out here. Here we go. It's something regarded as worthless, rubbish. Rubbish is a nice British way to say trash. I only hear British call it
Rubbish.
Do you guys call it rubbish?
Rubbish.
I call stuff rubbish.
No, I call it trash.
Okay.
We used to have Australian neighbors and they would always call it rubbish.
Okay.
You have Australian neighbors?
Britain, South Africans also call it rubbish if they're speaking in English. We might be the only ones that call it trash, quite honestly. I don't know if anybody else really calls it trash. But also foreign matters, the mineral waste. So the picture that I gave you here, if you can kind of tell by the silver, it almost has like a film on top of it. And that comes over time. It's not like that when it's pure, when it's, it's not as old. And so this last definition is actually from a Bible dictionary. The scum that forms on the surface of molten metal, waste or foreign matter, impurity, something that is base, trivial, or inferior. So in the Bible, we'll see it used in these different ways, but all of it is not good.
Yeah.
Yes.
119:119.
Yes, that's Psalm 119. And it's not called verses in Psalm. I think they're called stanzas, maybe.
Parables, I think.
No, they're not called parables, but that would be the verse 119. Psalms is very long. So if you were to go there, that's where it's located. Okay, so Proverbs, get your books out. Simon, make sure you got your book.
Thanks.
And our page number, so everyone is reading along, is 176. Russell, do you have your reasoning book now? Okay, good job. So page 176, I'm gonna have you start today, okay? And we are reading You guys always have to remind me. It's 4, right? Well, there's less of us today.
3. Wait, because there's less than us. It's 4 if you don't read any.
Okay, let's do 4 today. Okay, Russell, can you start us out? Okay, unmute. The first 4 verses, okay?
Wait, Mr. Mia, who's missing? How are there less of us?
Shiloh isn't here today.
Oh, yeah, true.
I hope she got good weather.
That might be a little bit insulting for her. Sorry.
More Proverbs of Solomon compiled by the men of Hezekiah, king of Judah. It is the glory of God to conceal a matter, to search out a matter is the glory of kings. As the heavens are high and the earth is deep, so the heart of the king is unsearchable. Remove the dross, a word of the day, and the silver. The silversmith can use a vessel. Remove wicked officials from the king's presence. His throne will be established with righteousness.
Rasul,
Hey, Russell.
you read 5.
Thank you. Yes, thank you for pointing out our word of the day too. I heard you say our word of the day. Thank you.
I go.
Okay, go ahead, Simon. So read 5.
Make ready the wicked before the king, and his throne shall be established in righteousness. Put not forth thyself in the presence of the king, and not stand out in the place of great men. For better that be said unto thee, come up hither, than that thou shouldest be put lower in the presence of the prince who thine eyes have seen. Go forth hastily to strive, lest thou not know what to do in the end thereof, and when thy neighbor hath put thee to shame.
Okay, very good. Grant,
Not 4.
9 through 12.
Okay. Debate thy cause with thy neighbor himself, and discover not a secret to another, lest he that heareth it put thee to shame, and thy infamy turn not away. A word fitly spoken is like apples of gold in pictures of silver. As an earring of gold and an ornament of fine gold, so is a wise reprover upon an obedient ear.
Okay, very good. Tally, 13 through 16.
Is Towie talking? I can't hear him.
Yeah, he hasn't started yet.
Muted.
Hold of snow in the time of harvest, so is a faithful messenger to them that send him, for refresheth the soul of his masters. Whoso boasteth himself or a false gift is like a clouds of wind and without rain. By long forbearing is a prince of persuaded, and a soft tongue breaketh the bone. Hast thou found honey? Eat so much as is sufficient for thee, lest thou be filled with therewith and vomit it.
Okay, very good. Kendall, you can go after Kendall, okay, William? 17 through 20.
Withdraw thy foot from thy neighbor's house, lest he be weary of thee and so hate thee. A man that beareth false witness against his neighbor is a maul and a sword and a sharp arrow. Confidence in an unfaithful man in a time of trouble is like a broken tooth and a foot out of joint. As he who taketh away a garment in cold weather, and vinegar upon nitre, so is he that singeth songs to a heavy heart.
Okay, William.
If thine enemy be hungry, give him bread to eat, and if he be thirsty, give him water to drink. For thou shalt heap coals of fire upon his head, and the Lord shall reward thee. The north wind driveth away rain, so doth an angry countenance a backbiting tongue. It is better to dwell in the corner of the housetop than with a brawling woman and in a wide house.
Okay, very good. Who's left? Eden.
As cold water to a thirsty soul, so is good news from a far country. A righteous man falling down before the wicked is as a troubled fountain and a corrupt spring. It is not good to eat much honey, so for men to search their own glory is not glory. He that hath no rule over his own spirit is like a city that is broken down and without walls.
Okay, very good. So our word of the day was in what verse?
Verse 4.
Verse 4. Okay, so we see the relationship between the dross and the silver that we looked at. So take away the dross from the silver, and there shall come forth a vessel for the finer part. Okay. Ooh, who's ferocious
Whose
dog?
dog is that?
Okay,
Oh,
so
is that your dog?
whose dog is
Yeah.
that?
That was Hunter.
Oh, yes. I'm so scared of Tally's dog, let me tell you. Okay. You guys see this beautiful picture? I have this awesome quote at the bottom of it. The storm is an artist. The rainbow is its masterpiece. So what do you remember about rainbows and the storm? When do they normally come?
Your word, and God sent a rainbow after he flooded the earth and put it as like a sign or something that he would never flood the earth again.
Yes. So it's the beauty and reminder of God after the storm. Yes, Kendall. Did you have a comment? No? Okay, so our
Japanese
exhort,
are good poets. They got
say it again, Russell.
the Japanese are good poets. They kind of write haikus. That's kind of a haiku.
Yeah. Yeah, I think we actually look at haikus later. Okay, so I want you guys to think about it. I guess we have great weather for this exordium today. So imagine standing outside on the porch or inside at an open window while a thunderstorm appears on the horizon. So it's coming, it's not to you yet, right? It's not raining yet, but the rain will arrive soon. So I want you to think about what might you see? And Miss Jamia is going to type in some of your thoughts. Give me a minute.
Might be kind of exciting. It feels like about to be the evening, and maybe it's the end of the week. It's like the start of the weekend, and it's out of rain for a long time.
So what do you think you might see if you were at your window looking at the storm coming?
A big sheet of rain coming towards you.
Okay, Eden.
Black clouds.
Okay. What else? What else might you see?
I was saying the boundary of the rain.
Okay. Okay, Kendall.
The lightning strikes if they've got enough energy.
Okay, lightning. What else might you see? William?
Well, I don't know if this is actually realistic, but you might see animals running away. Like in books, they probably would have animals running or flying away from the storm. I don't know if you ever really see that.
That's true. I've seen that.
Like birds flying away from the storm clouds.
Okay, yeah, I think so. Has anybody ever been at a time where you're standing is almost like the line, where if you stand a little to the right, it's raining, and you stand a little bit to the left, it's not raining? That's only happened to me once in my life, and I was like, it's the end of the world, because it was crazy. I couldn't believe it. I mean,
I did it, and it was just like so weird. There's just like one big straight line of
yeah, and you could see it. Like I could look straight down my pathway and see it raining on this side and clear on this side. It was so spooky. What things might you hear?
thunder.
Thunder.
The rain.
Stampede of animals.
Animals.
Ooh, I have one for taste and one for smell.
What about wind? Might you hear wind?
Yeah.
Screams.
Maybe the trees?
Screams.
Screams? From who? Babies?
No. From adults who scared of thunderstorms.
Okay, Kendall.
No, I was
Alarm in my basement going off because the utility room flooded again.
Okay, alarms. Okay, where I used to live, I think when we only had Sinai, we lived really high up in a high rise. So the trees, you would hear the trees swaying. You could look and see them swaying, but you could hear them swaying. It would be that loud. Yeah, it was a creepy sound. So it wasn't always fun to be that high up when a storm was coming. It was a little bit scary, actually. Because we get pretty high winds in this area for storms sometime. Okay, what might you taste?
ozone.
The ozone. What does that taste like, Simon?
I know, like weird, like puddles.
Okay. Towie, might you taste anything? I couldn't think of anything for taste.
I don't think so.
Oh, ooh, water? No, hail. Hail.
Okay, Simon, Towie is speaking, okay?
Maybe grass clippings.
Grass clippings, okay.
You might feel static if you're about to get struck by lightning.
Okay, so you might feel static.
Wendy's bacon pub pizza.
What? Pizza? What's that got
No,
to do?
Wendy's bacon pub burger.
We're talking about the storm. What might you feel or smell or taste?
You might feel yourself running away from the storm.
No, I might feel myself
You
being
might also
pulled into
see
the storm,
yourself,
being
hear
shot
yourself.
by
in-
lightning.
Okay,
Lightning
hold on, William.
shock.
Say it again, Russell.
Lightning shock.
The lightning shock, okay. So then you were struck by lightning? Praying that you're okay.
Wind carrying you up.
Okay, you might feel the wind, okay.
No, wind carrying you up.
Okay, I don't have a lot of space to put words, so I put wind. Is there anything else you might feel?
The humidity.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Thanks, Kendall. Humidity, like moisture, right?
Oh, fear.
Oh, you might, yeah.
You might smell fear in the air,
Yeah, okay.
That's over dramatic.
like in a dramatic, like, I don't know, something
Oh.
that you smell fear in the air.
Okay. I like the way the rains smell. I can't really describe what that smell is. Yes, no.
Smell wet dogs.
It smells like wet dogs to you?
No, I said you might smell wet dogs if they're
okay.
I don't actually smell them, but
No,
that's,
this is before the rains, remember? Before the rain
you
hits.
might smell trash because you live in it.
Crash. Okay.
Trash because you might live in a city.
Trash. Okay. Rubbish. Yes, Kendall.
I was thinking just the rain.
Yes, I love the way the rain smells. Before it comes, it does smell different when you're in New York City. It doesn't quite smell so nice because all the odors of the trash from the alleys, and sometimes people use the bathroom on the ground, so that smell might come up. There's different kinds of smells in the city, in New York City specifically, than might be kind of in the country where it might just smell really fresh and nice. Okay, so now the rain has come. You are in the thick of it. Now, what might you see? Kendall.
Beautiful strokes of lightning blazing across the sky.
That's a lot to write. I'm just gonna write beautiful lightning.
You just write lightning.
Okay.
Might see people running.
Okay, people running.
Might see people
Ball lightning. Look up a picture of ball lightning. It's really cool.
Rainbows.
Rainbows.
So that's
Nothing.
Kendall?
Rain.
Rain. That's the obvious one, right? Rain.
Water.
Grant?
You would see a swim meet going on.
You would see what?
A swim meet going on.
A swim meet? Yes.
Mr. Mia. So I have to reference though. Does anybody? So all of you live around here, right? Around University Parkish.
I live in
College
DC.
Parkish.
DC. Okay. So I'm just gonna say, I think that we could all say that there was like around here there was like this huge like swimming pool sized like basin of water and that huge storm. I would say that you can see a waterfall
Okay.
probably. Also, our creek near here wasn't even a creek. It was literally just an insanely speed like jet of water.
Right.
Cool. It was like
So what might you hear? That sounds like some sounds of what you're describing too.
crashing water.
Okay. Crashing. What else, Kendall?
Booming thunder.
Booming.
Can I have one? Can I have one? Screaming babies as they fall into the huge water current.
Screaming. What else might you
None,
hear?
that's dark. That is
Yeah, I
dark.
know, right?
Russell, what'd you say?
That is dark.
Dark?
No, you said that. My example was dark.
Oh,
Barking.
dogs. Barking. We would hear barking.
Neighing.
My dog barks at the rain never, but some dogs do, I guess.
Barney
Okay.
never barks at the rain.
No.
Okay, Kendall.
My neighbor's car alarm.
Oh yes.
The
Oh,
front door
always,
and it'll go off. It's extremely sensitive.
always the car alarm. Always.
Okay, very good. What might we taste?
Yeah.
Death? So dramatic.
Death and
Taste
baby-
that, smell that,
death
see
and parts of
Okay.
babies
hear
in
that,
our
feel
water.
that.
Dog.
Simon, I'm gonna need you to raise your hand, okay? Go ahead, Kendall.
The rain.
The rain, yes. Rain. Eden?
Dog.
Fog. Grant?
Flood.
Flood? You're gonna taste the flood?
The blood.
Oh, where is blood coming from in the storm?
Bodies.
Oh, death, blood. Where are you guys going with this? Towie, you got something happier to add? Please.
Not really.
Oh no. Kendall.
You might taste sweat because you're sweating so hard because your house got struck by lightning.
Okay. Very good. Okay, give me like one for smell and one for feel.
You might smell
You might smell what?
death.
William. Okay, what might you feel, Eden?
Dead. You could have died.
What is going on with you guys? You might feel dead. You might feel the rain. Okay. After the storm arrives, you guys, I can see it's the end of the day. Yes, Kendall, you got one more for me? You got one more for me, Kendall?
Yeah.
Okay.
Exhilarated.
Okay, thank you.
Can I do the last one?
No.
Okay, that's it. We got to get through this.
Please? I just have one more, and it will take like 5 seconds to type.
We got to get through the next one.
Please. Can I at least say it?
Go ahead, say it.
Okay, you might feel queasy from the baby parts that you drank out of the water.
Oh boy, you guys, it's definitely the end of the day. Okay, synecdoche. So this week you did kind of another part of synecdoche this week. And so what I wanted us to just kind of look at real quick is what we looked at last week was by species, right? And so that's when an author substitutes a species for a genus, or it could be a genus for a species as well, because I've seen both examples. So here in Matthew 4, man shall not live by bread alone, but by every word that proceeds from the mouth of God. What's our synecdoche there?
Word, mouth of God, you could say, but by every, wait, I don't know.
We're doing by species, synecdoche by species. So that's when you substitute a species for a genus. So we're looking for a species in here. What do you think it would be?
Man.
Bread and food.
Okay, what would be the genus for man?
Bread.
Human.
Right, mankind.
Bread.
Okay. Okay, Simon, yeah, that's the one I was thinking about. What would be the genus for that?
Food.
Right, so God, our author, he uses synecdoche quite a bit throughout the scriptures. It's really interesting. God, who is the author of language, he includes figures of speech all throughout the Bible. And what do people mean when they say figures of speech? Like, how do we normally just use that phrase? Oh, it's a figure of speech. What does that normally mean?
It's not what it sounds.
Right. But is that what we're discussing in this strand, in the reasoning strand? No, we're discussing something very...
It's an analogy.
Yeah, we're discussing all types of literary elements that we will find in writing. And so the world might say that's what a figure of speech is, and we might even use it in those terms sometimes. But what we're doing is supposed to help and emphasize writing. So in 2 Kings 18, verse 3, this one might be a little tricky. What's the synecdoche in this one? And he did what was right in the sight of the Lord according to all that his father David had done. Genus and species. So if I give you the genus, you think you can find the species? Okay, so what if the genus was ancestor?
Father.
Father. Mother. Grandmother.
So in
David.
this, it would be David. He was not speaking to his son here. Maybe that would have helped you. He wasn't speaking to his son here.